Yo, Cody B. Sunil, welcome in, my man, dude. Welcome in. So, big updates today on the Diablo 4. I was reading just the, what do you call it? The little post that was posting about the update that's going to come or whatever. They said increased stash space. Stash working better, I'm guessing meaning a search functionality. And they said dungeons and mount updates, so we'll see what's up with that. So yeah, the pre-patch notes note. The pre-patch notes. So yeah. Actually, this isn't gonna surprise you what I'm about to say to you guys at all. I forgot to do something. So with that, I'm gonna be back in. I'm gonna come back huffing and puffing because I'm gonna run 20 seconds max, probably more like 10. But I'm gonna leave you with my camera moved. Printer and even more things. I'll just leave you with the full screen. Trying to be funny, I forgot I moved that for the when I had the Lions game the other day. Don't go anywhere. Back already, fellas. Back already. D4 bad, Tom. Right? Yeah, we got some D4 stuff today, and pretty important stream for me. We're gonna be perfectly honest. Oh, Flawless said mounts lagging out of town got you killed before. Yeah. I would personally just not play hardcore, but Chicho, get him. I'm pretty sure. Let me double check something real quick. Super important. Matthew V, welcome in. Hoping to see some Barb today, says JS. Hey, you might see some later. My bad, just had to send a quick message. I know, great streamer Phil sending messages live on stream. But a couple important messages. Galbag just messaged me, so you know, any smart man would answer. Johnny Boy said he was gonna get D4 but doesn't have the money for it right now. Yeah, I completely understand. Probably not a bad idea anyways. You got some updates coming you'll see today. Maybe that could change your mind or whatever. Maybe in the future get it, wait for more updates, see when it, you know, maybe it gets like the Cyberpunk treatment. Everyone likes Cyberpunk after it got all these changes now, so we'll have to see. What do you think they can add to make the game playable? I mean, it's playable. I mean, I don't know when it, like, it's not like the ET game for Atari or something. I don't know. I mean, I play it like an hour every other day or every third day or something. Like, it's playable. It's just not the best game ever made, right? Am I jumping in for this season? Oh, Bulba! Ooh, he's
ready for D4R, baby.
23 months of legendary slayership. Ooh, thank you so much, Bulba. Thank you so much, my man. Holy smokes. Yeah, for Diablo 4, that's what I'll probably play the season for like a week or something. I don't know. I'll play the new seasons of D4. I'm not going to play everyone probably. Yeah, I might. Who knows? I'll do. But there's no way. I couldn't imagine playing Diablo 4 all the time. But an hour here and there, or maybe play it for 3 or 4 hours a couple days in a row or something. There you go. I rate the game a 5 out of 10, and that's we'll see what these updates will do for it. So see where it goes from there, right? Flawless says they should make it so that the drops aren't just all for one class. Essentially all for one class anyways. Yeah, I mean, I like the Diablo 2 system way better, obviously. And on top of that, adding trading would be great. Who knows what they're going to do? We'll see. That's funny, though. Bulba said D4R, Diablo 4 Resurrected. They need to remake it. That's funny. Remake Diablo 4. Let's go. Better updates for D2. D4 is less views in Twitch compared to D2. Well, it's shocking, and it shouldn't be this way. But yeah, D2 did just have the new season, which, I mean, it's a remake of an old game. Yeah, I mean, D4's viewer count plunge is pretty spectacular. It was pretty much a lot of viewer plunge. So, no arguing with that. I mean, I don't know what to say about it. Sunil says trading in D4 would be nice. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Bulba said he does like the personal loot, though. Yeah, I mean, I think actually I do, too. It pains me to say that there's something, like, I like the personal loot more than, like, everybody jumping in to try to ninja swipe whatever drops off of Diablo, right, at the end of the Chaos Sanctuary run, but I think I'd be perfectly fine with personal loot, like, rather than the, people following really close to you who aren't killing anything and run up and swoop your the burr rune when it drops or something. I can see that. Marumban said, can't find a base to make Exile. Yeah, I mean, I've been playing 1.5 years on single player, and I don't have a great base for Exile, so I haven't found a good one. Jirwat says D2R better than D4. I think so. That's why I love playing it for so many hours every day, right? So many hours. But in the same franchise, the Diablo franchise, we'll give, me anyways, we'll give D4 a chance. We'll listen to what they have to say and all that good stuff. They're supposed to be making improvements. Is it going to be a 10 out of 10 game? Is it going to beat Diablo 2? I mean, guys, Phil hates D2R, confirmed. Diablo 2, best game ever made, right, fellas? Not getting an argument from you there. Walter says he doesn't think it's going to be good. Yeah, I mean, maybe not. We'll have to see. I'm not going to say right now that what they're going to do is going to be bad and it's going to make the game worse or something like that. That's not what I'm doing here. We'll wait and see. Then we'll see when it's implemented and just go from there. But I'm definitely going to be playing a ton of D2 for the rest of my life, for sure. $25 all res Sacred Targe. Gotcha. Yeah, if you're online, you gotta trade. If you're on single player, you gotta keep grinding. It's a toughie, like I said. I don't even have a good one. So Lars. God. I don't know. What was see, I'm not like a video game expert on everything. I'm not a video game expert on everything, but I mean, what kind of happened with Cyberpunk? Weren't they wasn't Cyberpunk like Glitch City and like nobody liked it and they updated so much stuff and now it's like way better, right? Isn't everyone happy pretty much? So I mean, maybe you can get the Cyberpunk treatment. Never know. Glitch City, yeah. I thought it was all like the game was all glitched all the time and stuff. Oh, Galback hopping in, telling you guys to hit the like button. What a legend. Ooh. Don't forget to slap that like button for me, fellas. Frank says an $80 future expansion for the Pally. I'm curious about the expansion cost, because if you're going to do an expansion every single year, and it's going to cost who knows how much, it's not going to be 80. That's a ridiculous number. Is it going to be 20, 30, 40? I mean, I have no idea. No idea. William says Cyberpunk, No Man's Sky, Diablo 3, plenty of examples of developers spending some time and effort. Game function, make sure the game functions and is fun. Yeah. You obviously wish the game was perfect when it came out, and it's a huge disappointment. And I feel like for the overall player base, it would have been way better for all this stuff to be in a better state when the game launched. I mean, we gotta live in reality. I guess it wasn't, so let's move on. Hopefully they fix it up. Flawless says Fallout 76 was glitch shitty. Gotcha. That was one I was super hyped about, but then it was kind of one where I seen reviews and I was like, oh man, never mind. Wasn't it a monthly fee for Fallout 76 too? Could be incorrect here. I don't remember a lot of things sometimes, but for some reason I thought there was a monthly fee, and I never will purchase a game that has a monthly fee. What I'm kind of curious is, like, let's say someone bought Diablo 4 and you're going to have yearly expansions. Like, what if someone doesn't buy the expansion? It's all online multiplayer. So if you don't buy the expansion, can you not play Diablo 4 ever again when the new expansion comes out? Or is there going to be expansion servers and then non-expansion servers? And then every year they're going to add a 2 expansion server? Like, I'm wondering how that's going to go. Let's go. Dudzik says new act for D2R, or 4 new acts, and we'll be good to go. I mean, that'd be something, huh? That'd be something. Yeah, I think Frank, I think it's gonna be some kind of paladin something. You know, pick the name of the holy light warrior or whatever you call it, right? Unofficial Cody B says Valkyries is next, huh? Valkyrie, huh? Kind of like an Amazon type of. I feel like the rogue kind of already covers part of that, but I know Valkyrie is kind of like that warrior of light / Amazon mixture character. It'll be like spear, javelin type of character, and the rogue's got the bows, so could be. JS says look at WoW, for example. Probably a good example. I've never played it before, but if you don't buy the newest expansion, you can just play you just can't play the new content. You can still play all the content that you have, but anything new comes out, you can't go to that area or whatever. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I guess 2023 they have that technology, I suppose, huh? Walter says Druid favorite in D4. D2 definitely Necro. I think Druid was my favorite too. I didn't play a ton of Sorceress or Barbarian. I only played to like level 50 or something, and then the season launched and I started Druid there, and Rogue was pretty cool. So Necro and Sorceress I played like the least of. Just pretty much just the betas, really. I think I might have fired up characters and played them to like 10 or 20 or something just to diddle around or whatever, but Bulbasaur thinks there's going to be some kind of Dread Knight or something like that, huh? Like an unholy paladin. Gotcha. Interesting idea. We'll see. Maybe they could do a Death Knight type class with the Resurrected Paladin. Yeah, maybe. The whole, I forget I think Riker had a good video on it that was kind of explaining his thoughts as to why he thought it was going to be the Paladin and stuff, I remember, so. Let's go, Lions. Mark Miller. Ooh, my man. I wore this on purpose. I was like, yeah, let's go. Updated Witch Doctor, says Undead Arrow. Real quick, hold on. Okay. Yeah, there was one thing I was going to mention to you guys too. Obviously, I can't say an exact time, but now a big thing that's kind of happening today, with being part of the Diablo partner program, they randomly select people, one from Twitch and one from YouTube, and at the end of the dev live stream, they're actually going to raid my entire YouTube stream here, which is actually called a redirect. So, however many people are watching the live stream over on the Diablo channel, all, if it's 5,000, 10,000, 60,000, they're gonna get redirected to my stream at the end of the dev stream. So I can announce that now. I wanted to make sure I wasn't gonna get in trouble or something for that, but yeah, pretty crazy, pretty crazy. I'm actually gonna switch this. Hold on one quick second. Yeah, there's 5,000 people watching it right now, actually. And before it even started, so. Mark Miller coming in with 9 months of Slayership. Ooh.
Have you given PD2 a try? Love your content. Ogre.
Ogre. Ogre. I didn't read it wrong. But I actually completely switched my channel back in the day from D2 to Project Diablo 2 for the first 2 seasons. But then they kept changing so much stuff. I liked the first season. The second season I liked much less because they changed everything. The third season they changed so much stuff that I just like stopped playing because it's not even the same game in my opinion. So it's just completely different. But I know a ton of people love it. So, and it's got some quality of life stuff that I think is pretty sick. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. So stick around for that. Obviously, I don't know how long their stream's gonna go, so I can't give you an exact time or anything. But why do I hate change, Phil? Because I'm anti-change guy. Anti-change guy. I only like quality of life stuff. Partially, there is one part of it here too, like the amount of time it takes to completely learn an entire brand new game. I don't really want to do that. 'Cause that's like Project Diablo 2. Every skill's changed, every item's changed. You know, it's just crazy, crazy. Unfortunately, your name's in Russian or Bulgarian or something. I'm not sure, but we'll go with Hero. It's like the first part of your last name, but more stash space, but not in D2R. Right? Yeah, I mean, I would love it in D2R, right? Not the same game, but quality of life is amazing and balance is amazing. Yeah. I mean, there's tons of great. The kind of part of the reason I don't like PD2, or I haven't played it as much. You know, I played it. Like I said, I completely changed my channel to Project Diablo 2, 100%. That's all I made, Project Diablo 2 videos. Was I streaming at the time? I think I was streaming. That's all I streamed. That's all I played for the first few seasons. And then it's just, I don't want to have to learn a completely new game every season. You know, that's kind of that's why I stopped playing. It's like, oh, this item's not good anymore, but now this other item is good because they changed everything again. Ugh. You know, so just my opinion. There you go. You know, Legal Herb, welcome in. Flawless says rune words in D4 would be great. Yeah, we'll see. They were working on some sort of rune word system before launch, and then it just poofed. They never talked about it again. I would say it's probably going to come for one of the seasons. Would that be season 2 maybe? But the thing is too is that it's only 2 max sockets and stuff, so your rune words can only be 2.
Season 2 will be our biggest update to Diablo 4 since launch.
Biggest update yet.
Quest line, events to play as you drive back the Vampiric horde, unholy Vampiric powers to wield, and new endgame encounters to test your skill.
And players will need to harness the enemy's own blood magic against them to end this new evil before it's too late. In Diablo 4, the Season of Blood.
In Season 2, the
I'll just turn that down. It's just like the seasonal thing again.
Invasion by an army of vampires. This shadowy vampire
Where'd that go? Eastern Sun? I don't know if I've ever heard of that mod, to be honest, Marcus. That's weird. And I have not, no.
Everyone's lives are at risk, including your own.
In Season 2, players are going to uncover a
NFL giving Jay Will the scoop. Jameson Williams. Oh, getting JMO back on the field. I appreciate it. I mean, he gambled on a basketball game or something. Like, come on, you know? Kind of ridiculous anyways, but rules are rules, I guess.
The ancients had their powers drawn away from them, but some among them were not strictly subject to a true death.
Zir and his cohort were banished to sleep for an eternity in the city.
Yeah, they did legal. They did say, I believe reses should be fixed for next season. So
during the events of Season 2, the player is going
can't hear. Oh, I turned the volume of this down. This isn't the dev update. This is just this video's been out for like a month or two. So I turned the volume down so I could, you know. It's just talking about the Season of Blood or whatever.
Band of vampire hunters, one with a particularly shadowy past.
I'll just turn it up and you guys listen to it.
Kill as many as you can.
Eris is a professional vampire hunter. She's crossed and recrossed the wilds of Sanctuary, putting an end to the undead since long before the events of Diablo 4.
I need to go off to the magistrate and you're going to have to come along.
Eris is played by actor Gemma Chan. It's exciting to see more film and television actors lending their talents to the video game world. Gemma brings a wealth of experience to the table from a wide variety of roles. She was a great choice to breathe life into this character of a world-weary but determined vampire hunter with a lot of emotional complexity.
That's a bite mark. You're changing, aren't you? No, from the depth of that wound, you should have already. She is strong. She's compassionate towards
Great
others,
voice for that character. I think she's an NPC person, kind of like that Kyrie Irving looking guy for
and stubborn and
Season
fixed
1.
in her worldview. Oh, you're going to change. I'm sorry, but whatever's preventing your cravings won't last forever.
I think.
It never does.
She realizes that the player character has these vampire traits, which makes him a useful tool, but potentially disposable one.
This is madness. Perhaps that's what it takes.
One of the core seasonal mechanics for this season are vampiric powers.
I didn't remember his name.
Vampiric powers can be acquired by defeating blood seekers and minions of Lord Zir in order to acquire potent blood, which allows you to unlock or upgrade vampiric powers.
When you collect all of these various powers, they have costs, which are going to be detailed as part of the pack system. So armor pieces that you collect during the course of the season are going to have these packs associated with them.
And there are 3 types of packs, and you can use the boons they provide in order to fuel the blood seals for various vampiric powers. You can combine the power of different blood seals in the Sanguine Circle, so long as you have the appropriate combination of packs in order to power them.
One thing we've really tried hard to do is to provide powers that enhance every build so that there's no one right way to play when pursuing that vampire fantasy.
There's one in particular that I like where as the player dashes, they turn to a cloud of bats and they'll curse creatures they pass through along the way. As you kill those creatures, you're going to actually steal their souls. When you use certain abilities on your character, all of those souls are unleashed, dealing devastating damage to nearby creatures.
There's also an ability called Rising Moon, where you can stack basic skills, and after you reach a maximum number of stacks, you go into a vampiric blood rage. If you can't get enough of bats, there's even a vampire power that allows you to summon a bat companion. They'll take a bite out of your enemies and have a chance to stun them.
Lord Zir's army is
Yeah, I'll just turn this back down here again for a second. So, yeah, the one thing about this season, you know, not that I'm worried, but like how people were underwhelmed with Season 1. I'm pretty sure Season 2 was essentially done, completed, before Season 1, like, launched. So, like, all of these updated powers or whatever. So I feel that the Season 2 powers are going to feel kind of similar to how Season 1 powers were, where it's like, you know, not that, I'm not going to say that, how am I trying to word it? They weren't like, whoa, you know, it was just like, oh yeah, this is a little more power here with these things or whatever, you know, so. But they obviously have had time to update a bunch of other things, right? With the stash and stuff, and they could have added a little bit to this as well. Similar to how they added armor to the, they added armor to those hearts or whatever. So the malignant hearts. There you go. I couldn't think of what it's called. So what's going on, Tampa? Yo yo.
And our most challenging boss that we're going to be adding as part of Season 2 is also going to have an opportunity to drop extremely rare unique items that players have been hunting for.
Unique items, let's go.
We're also going to be adding some quality of life updates in Season 2. The first of which is we're going to be taking our gem system and making it so when gems drop for the player, you're actually collecting materials. They're going to be stored differently. They're not going to go into your inventory the same way to help alleviate some of the concerns about inventory space that players have talked about before.
As long as you finish the prologue, you can now choose to skip the rest of the campaign and dive straight into creating a seasonal character. If you previously unlocked a mount in Diablo 4, it will be immediately available to use when you begin your journey through the Season of Blood. And we've made it so that renown rewards persist through seasons, so that the reward is now account bound.
As we do with every new season, we'll be adding a new season journey and a new battle pass filled with new, like vampiric themed cosmetics for them to collect. And we'll also be adding some new town.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Quick Cat. The seasonal boss or whatever. I mean, maybe it will be one of the act bosses. I guess I didn't really look too closely at the video there they had. If it was, but maybe they'll bring the act bosses as people you can fight like in a different season or something, right? Hard to say.
One of the most exciting things for me about working on seasons is that Sanctuary is a big place and there's a lot going on. The primevals and the angelic forces are still very much in play, but I think players are going to enjoy seeing some more human scale dramas play out.
Diablo 4's second season will be our largest content update yet, but we're only getting started. Along with providing new quest lines, powers, and events each season, we'll continue to improve upon established systems by listening to player feedback to make your adventure in Sanctuary the best it can be.
We're incredibly excited for you to explore more corners of Sanctuary, so come join us in the hunt.
Maybe mortal.
Hey guys, how's it going? Long time no see. Welcome to another developer update live stream for Diablo 4. My name is Adam Fletcher. I'm the community director here for Diablo. I'm joined by our wonderful panel here. Some familiar faces, one new face. Feel free to introduce yourselves, you guys.
Thanks. I'm Joe Shelley, game director for Diablo 4.
I'm Antonio Watson, associate dungeon designer for Diablo 4.
And I'm Joe Pipora. I'm the associate game director for Diablo 4's live service.
Here we go.
And I know you guys actually just saw an early look at Season 2, Season of Blood, with that video before the actual live stream kicked off. I do want to start off, before we kick off into this conversation, there is going to be an emergency alert if you live in the US at 11:20 on every single mobile device. So you may actually see us look at our phones or our watches, or you might hear it at home if you live in the US. So if you do hear a weird noise or something, we've tried throwing everyone's phones out of the room, but it still might happen. So it's a good time check though, which lets me know that it's 11:20, which is really fun. But we do have a lot to...
11:20 Pacific time.
Yes, Pacific time, 11:20 Pacific. Sorry, we live in California. And so that is the time that we kind of base it. So based off your time zone, that is in 17 minutes, everyone. But I did want to give that heads up to everyone that if you hear a weird noise, or if you hear a weird noise at home, that's what it is. It's a test. If you live in the US. If you live in the US, that is. But we do have a lot to talk about here. We do want to talk about Season 2, of course, with Season of Blood, and go through all the gameplay mechanics, a little bit about the story, some of the new elements that are coming within this season, since we're now coming really close to Season of Blood, which is coming out on October 17th. And of course, Season of the Malignant will also be ending on October 17th, so it'll be a season transition for players between both seasons. And then we have a bunch of gameplay updates and quality of life updates to actually go through a ton. Like this, we expect this actual developer update live stream to go for about 2 hours, because we do need to go through a ton of items with everyone. And then we have some news and announcements to make regarding Diablo 4 towards the end. And of course, we have our Q&A, which we'll be taking questions from Twitch chat. And then I know we actually have some questions from the forums, because we had started a forum thread earlier this week, or late last week, regarding the developer update live stream. So I do know that we do want to kick it off with a little bit about Season 2.
Yeah.
So, want to jump straight into it?
Let's dive in. So, I know that we just watched the video together where we talked about the Season of Blood, But in season 2, the players are going to be confronting a new villain who's begun to like surface throughout Sanctuary. A character named Lord Zier, this ancient vampire who's awoken recently and begun to like gather all of these vampiric cultists and other followers to his banner in effort to like kind of overtake Sanctuary and achieve his own aims across the world. Now, while the player is progressing through the season, they're going to meet a new character named Eris, who I think we have. So you're going to meet Eris during the course of the season. Eris is a vampire hunter who's been trying to like thwart Lord Zier for the past,
Good call, Floss. Don't forget to smack that like button for me, fellas.
Trying to hunt them down and try to
not missing nothing here, really.
Eliminate them entirely. She's not having great luck sort of investigating the cults. She needs more help. The player is going to kind of enter the picture, but as part of the story, as the player is progressing through the season, mild spoiler here, but the player is going to contract vampirism. But due to the strange nature of the interaction with...
Yeah, they'll get to the things that they're changing in just in a little bit, fellas. Just going over the new season real quick.
Instead, gain all of those same powers without those detriments that are holding back other creatures, which can be really, really cool. But Eris is going to be fairly nervous about this, as she's only ever seen anyone who ends up actually contracting vampirism this way end up following and serving Lord Zier in the end, regardless of their intentions overall, which we dig more into a little bit later on with enemies and such. But this represents this interesting new character that you'll be able to like work with as you're kind of following the quest line of the season. So as you're going through these things, you'll be kind of going across all of the world. And I know, Antonio, we talked about how, or we have talked before about how there are a number of dungeons we added with the season, right. And like you kind of go into some of those part of the quest line.
Yeah, so we have new dungeons that are part of the quest line. You can explore crypts. There's a really cool dungeon at the end when you are going to confront Zier for the final battle. And in addition to that, throughout the story, you will be revisiting some old places that are a bit different now that Zier's minions have come and taken over.
Yeah. So I think we're seeing some of the dungeon stuff here.
Yep.
So the new dungeons in the quest line are pretty cool, particularly that finale that you called out, like when you're going to sort of get a chance to, once you've tracked down Lord Zier with Eris and you get a chance to really confront him in his lair, those are some pretty epic moments that we don't want to actually show on stream just now.
Spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers for all that stuff just yet, but definitely a lot of things to look forward to. So the player's going to meet other characters as well as they're progressing through the season. There are other allies they kind of are going to meet. They're going to learn more about Lord Zier's plans overall, what his real intentions are for Sanctuary as all of this is going on. So that's kind of like the high level of what's happening in the world. Basically, Lord Zier and his army of vampiric cultists are trying to take everything over, and that manifests in a bunch of different ways throughout the season. But I think the first thing I really want to talk about, or the next thing I want to talk about, are the mechanics, like what you're going to be doing during the season to kind of gain power and such. So we talk about the fantasy of the season is that the player is basically becoming part vampire during the course of the season of Blood. And part of that comes down to making sure that we have cool vampiric powers for players to collect and use. So what we see here is our vampiric power user interface. It's the way players are going to be able to collect a lot of powers as they're progressing through the season, and then slot them into the circular UI above. So throughout the season, players are going to be able to acquire up to 22 vampiric powers as they play. And these are designed such that they are, unlike in Season 1 where with Malignant Hearts, we had a lot of very class-specific hearts baked in. We tried to make sure that the vampiric powers that players collect in Season 2 are all class-agnostic in nature, so that there's just more combinations and things for players to select from and play with as they're thinking about their build. And yeah, so we have a few of these showing up right here.
So D4 bad, I get it. I get it, guys.
A packed cost.
I've seen the meme before.
A little bit more in just a moment. But you see these pack costs listed at the bottom. Players need to acquire a certain armor pieces that have these packs associated with them in order to fuel these. Again, which I'll talk about a little more in a minute. Why don't we actually see if we take a look at maybe a couple of these powers themselves real fast. Yeah, so here's one. So players can have a vampiric power they get as they're progressing through the season, where their evade allows them to turn to like a cloud of bats, and it also makes them unstoppable for a few seconds after they use it at the same time. And it's a way for the player to deliver.
So I'll just say real quick when they're going over this stuff, if you don't like Diablo 4 and you no matter what they say or do is gonna mean anything to you, this might not just today, might not be the live stream for you. I'll be back playing the Barb tomorrow, D2R. I might even be later today. So just letting you guys know that. So, but we're watching this today, and I might even dabble around with D4 a little bit later. I probably will, actually, right after the live stream and all that stuff. So
it kind of gives you this opportunity as you're going through packs and dungeons.
Just an FYI.
To kind of stack these up and use them to quickly burn down groups or elites that you might have to come across as you're playing. There's other cool things you'll get, like there's abilities for, based on other companion skill uses and other things where you can we have this where the bats will come down and attack your enemies. And then many other powers. We talked about there was an overpower power we showed before. There's another one here that is more focused on channeling skills. Yeah, here it is. So when you start using channeling skills, people will drop this pool of blood around you, which gives you some extra protection and also enhances all the damage that you deal while you're nearby. So this is going to be able to fire when you're using any kind of channeling skill and enhance those channeling skills. It just gives you a bit more positional gameplay to be thinking about when you're playing into this build. So pretty fun ways for you to kind of maximize and get extra damage rather from a channeling build for a class.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's cool about the Vampiric, that I like about the Vampiric curse is that there are a few different ways, a few different things that can trigger it, and a few different ways to key off it. And so a lot of these Vampiric powers have interactions with that curse. It kind of forms a unifying thread in some ways.
Yeah, absolutely. We think it's a really cool extra ability for players to play with, and being able to trigger it in different ways is very fun, we think. So the next thing I want to talk about was actually how you're able to fuel your Vampiric powers, those packs I talked about before. So if you look here in the inventory screen, you'll see that that all of the armor pieces that players are collecting are going to have a set number of packs associated with them. So you see here on the items themselves, they all have these small symbols off on the left-hand side, or underneath them, or rather. And these represent the various packs that players can collect of the 3 different types to fuel all the Vampiric powers they can collect. Because ultimately, you want to gather all your Vampiric
When they explain how powers work like this and stuff, it never fully makes sense to me until I get my hands on it. I'm going to be honest.
You can fuel all of those Vampiric powers so you can have all 5 slotted that you really care about. And to do that, you need to make sure that you've got the right kinds of armor pieces available. The packs are only going to appear in armor. They don't appear on jewelry or on weapons, just on armor pieces. But and I should say, every armor piece that drops during the course of the Season of Blood will always have packs associated with them as well. So you're not looking for items that are going to have. It's not rare in that way. And as the player progresses through the season, they're going to also gain these new items they're able to collect from completing various content types. We'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. But these allow players to basically remove packs from items. They allow them to eject new packs into items, up to the pack limit, which is based upon the tier.
Hopefully this gets its own tab in your inventory, right? It's not just on one of the tabs that's already full, right?
Into Ancestral. So as you're progressing through, you can get more of these packs, and you have a lot more control over your ultimate pack loadout on your items as you collect more and more of these consumables.
Yeah, and a few people said about how this isn't going to help the game long term, this and that. They're just going over Season 2 right now, and then they're going to be going into the updates, quality of life stuff later.
We'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. But killing Blood Seekers is a way to get these in a really good way. So there's lots of ways
secondary
to grab these.
consumable tab rig. Hopefully.
So that is that's kind of the very high level. We'll talk more about the other things you'll be doing to gain those Vampiric powers. We get to some of the other sections of when we're talking about Season 2. But there's also a lot of new enemies and things we're adding as part of Season 2 as well.
Right. So as part of Season 2, we actually added a bunch of new monsters. Lord Zier has a ton of different minions that will be all throughout the continent. First, we have here our Shadow Vampires. These guys are not your typical flavor of vampires. They have a bunch of really cool new attacks. You'll see them all over the overworld. You'll see them in a variety of dungeons. Paired with these guys, we also have our Blood Skeletons. These guys are kind of similar to our regular skeletons, but they also come with new attacks that allow you to have new counterplay and techniques in order to defeat them and get around them.
Yeah, a lot of these look like kind of reskins of some of the other monsters, right? The first one looked pretty sick, I'm gonna be honest, but I couldn't tell. Was that like a ghoul, pretty much, or I couldn't really tell. I think that's a ghoul, but reskin, whatever. I mean, it looks kind of cool though. Close up like that.
They'll be able to trigger shields off of these things. So you kind of change your target priority as you're going through spaces where you have to fight shadow vampires frequently to make sure that you're knocking these things out to prevent those shields from being applied. So yeah, there's some cool things to react to.
Kind of like how in one act they have carvers, next act they have devilkins, one act, in D2, kind of similar situation.
So we also have Lord Zir. Here he is on his throne.
Brooding.
He is the mastermind. You will be facing off with him throughout the season and during the end of the season. He is our big bad evil guy, and coming along with him are his lieutenants, the Bloodseekers.
Oh yeah, the Bloodseekers. So Bloodseekers are really cool. So Bloodseekers are a new idea in season 2, and the concept here is that as the player has been is sort of protected a little bit by Lilith's blood in this way, that they're not able to be controlled by Lord Zir after they contract vampirism under his in his forces. There are other heroes who've gone out there that don't have that same level of protection. Who've gone out there trying to stop Lord Zir, trying to stop the vampiric advances. And they have fallen victim to the blood cults and to Lord Zir's forces that way. And for those characters, now you've got vampiric sorceresses, you've got vampiric barbarians, you've got these bloodseekers out there looking to kill you, the player. So as you're progressing through, you'll be dealing with enemy rogues, you'll be dealing with enemy druids and necromancers as you're playing, and dealing with their specific spells and kits that we've created for the season for players to interact with. And honestly, finding Bloodseekers is great because these guys are just blood bags. They drop. They have a really, really good chance to drop potent blood. And potent blood is going to be the currency that you're going to be collecting through the season. They'll be able to use to basically upgrade powers that you already have, your vampiric powers, and unlock new ones that are available through the vampiric power UI. So really, whenever you find Bloodseekers, you want to take them out because they are, first, they're pretty fun to fight, they're a little challenging, but they also have the ability to give you big upgrades for your vampiric powers. And they can jump you too, right? So we make sure Bloodseekers are, you'll find them in the world, particularly in Blood Harvest. We'll talk about that again. I keep saying we'll talk about things in a minute, but there are lots of chances to get them, to fight them in Blood Harvest. But you can also find them in dungeons and stuff too, right?
Yeah, so you can see them in the overworld, but they will also invade you in dungeons, so don't let them catch you slipping. They will be all over.
Yeah, definitely when they talk about stuff, I know I mentioned it before, but man, I feel like I must be such a hands-on, I have to see and do for these things to make sense to me at all. It makes sense a little bit. You get the blood to spend it or something, but the whole powers and stuff, it doesn't mean a whole lot to me, right? I don't know. It's hard to wrap my head around.
I guess it finally is time to talk about Blood Harvest. Yeah, okay. So I mentioned before that Lord Zir is taking over Sanctuary, and Blood Harvest is really the way that we're representing that. Starting right at level 1, you'll find that Lord Zir's minions have taken over broad swaths of the 5 zones in Sanctuary. And it's going to be filled with his minions out there trying to drain the blood from a variety of different people. There's that
emergency alert.
That emergency alert we talked about.
There we go. Now everyone gets to experience this together. And my phone as well.
So while these events are active, or rather these activities are active, you'll find Lord Zir's armies marching across Sanctuary, taking people hostage, taking them prisoner, draining them of blood, and just causing general havoc in these areas where there's new propping and there's new creatures. There's lots of things.
So it's kind of just another Helltide zone, sort of.
So what's the
kind of look like
between Blood Harvest and Helltide?
Sure. That's a great question, Antonio. So obviously there's some similarities to the way that things are working in Helltide. The difference here is that, first of all, it's available right away at level 1, as you're progressing. But also, while these events are active, there's always a Blood Harvest active across Sanctuary at any given time. When a Blood Harvest ends in one location somewhere in Sanctuary, a new one's going to pop up as Lord Zir's forces now move to a new location. And one of the cool things about Blood Harvest that's a little bit different than things like Helltide is that as you're kind of going through and playing, you're going to be earning a couple of new materials that you don't get elsewhere. And that is, you're going to be able to earn Bloodlures, which Bloodlures that you'll be able to use to basically bait Bloodseekers to come to you, to be able to fight packs of them as time goes on. And you're also going to be earning these vampiric keys you can use to open prisoners cuffs, to be able to open vampiric caches and other things out in the overworld. And one of the cool things about this is that these materials that you're collecting, these currencies that you need to kind of do some of these activities, these don't disappear at the end of a Blood Harvest. So as you collect them, they stay with you from that point forward. So there's not limited progress in that way. Yeah, here's an example of a player going and using Bloodlures to summon a few of the Bloodseekers in combat. So yeah, and then whirlwinding accordingly. But So that's a couple differences. And the other is there's actually another new feature that we're adding in Season 2, which we're calling right here, it's called Hunter's Acclaim. And as you do things in the Blood Harvest area, as you're killing Bloodseekers, as you are freeing prisoners, as you're completing new Blood Harvest-themed whispers that are also going to be active in those areas, you're going to be earning Hunter's Acclaim that will allow you to basically go and earn a number of other rewards. Some of the vampiric powers that you want to unlock for your character.
Haven't heard anything about the cow level yet, guys. We're still waiting. Any minute.
And then also gear as well as you're progressing through.
Allegedly.
So there's a bunch of different stuff in here for players to do. It's we're really excited to see how they level up in this experience.
And the Blood Harvest occurs in addition to Helltide, right? Once you progress up into the higher world tiers, you'll still be seeing Helltides.
That's absolutely right. You'll still see Helltides as well, but you'll also see higher level Blood Harvest as you get into like world tiers 3 and 4.
Awesome. So we got a lot of information here about Season 2, but Season 2 also has some other components to it that actually are beyond even just like seasonal stuff. Like, and I know people may have seen in the video the discussion that we quickly brought up like before the stream actually started, which was about the new bosses that are being added in. Can you guys kind of walk through like what the new endgame boss system is going to be for players that do want to kind of experience that?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're right that first and foremost, this is content we're adding to the Eternal Realm as well as the Seasonal Realm from this point forward. Yes. We're continuing to add more activities like this as time goes on. But there's actually, I think I have a handy dandy chart, a very designery chart to help players understand kind of what we're talking about here. So what you see here is the way that we kind of look at the content progression of Diablo 4, the way the players are playing through the experience, the sorts of activities they engage with as they play at various stages.
Like in Season 1, right?
Yeah, in pre-season and Season 1. Yeah. So yeah, you can think of it in that way. So yeah, our 1 to 50 experience, obviously you're leveling up initially, maybe you're going through the campaign for the first time, you're progressing through, eventually you get out of World Tiers 1, 2, and get into World Tier 3 after you finish the capstone. Here you get to do, you have higher level whispers to do, you get exposed to Nightmare Dungeons for the first time, you get exposed to Helltide for the first time, World Boss get a little bit tougher, Legion events get a little bit tougher, and we're making some changes there as well. And then eventually you get into World Tier 4, now you're getting your ancestral items, and you continue to move on through Nightmare Dungeons, and you continue on through Helltide until eventually you go and you confront Echo of Lilith, potentially, if that's one of your goals for yourself, and you try to take her out. So that's kind of like what we had in place right at launch, not even thinking about Season 1 necessarily, but that's like what the end game sort of looks like. It's a lot of Nightmare Dungeons, a lot of Helltide, right? And we've heard a lot of feedback from players, and also from our experiences playing the game, that players are looking for more milestones, they're looking for more goals, they're looking for more like things to farm, ways to make their characters powerful. So there's some big changes we're making as part of the Season of Blood, and we can show that here. So now when the player gets into World Tier 3, there's 2 new bosses for them, or 1 returning boss for them to go and engage with.
All right.
The first is Echo of Varshan, our good boy Varshan that everybody loves, is going to be back in Season 2 for players to be able to hunt down in order to kill, to get various craft materials they can use.
A few more bosses, cool.
Specifically to get uniques that only drop from Varshan. So every one of the bosses that we add as part of the Season of Blood is going to have their own distinct loot list associated with them, with unique items, and there are some cosmetic rewards as well that we'll be able to talk about in a little bit. So that's a reason why you're going to want to go hunt each of these down. Now on this board here, you can see that I kind of like connect the dots in terms of where these things come from. So if you want to go hunt Varshan, you need to go complete Whispers. There's chances for you to find like malignant creatures as you're completing Whispers in the overworld. They have rare chances to occur. And you'll also be able to get these new malignant body parts you need from completing Whisper bounty turn-ins. So when you go and you get your cash reward at the end of a Whisper run, there's a chance for you to have one of the pieces that you need to summon Varshan, reconstitute him. Because in the Season of Blood, there are new layers that have been added around the world. And the lair for Varshan is in a kind of a corrupted hollow, malignant hollow beneath the Tree of Whispers. So right there's an entrance down in where you're able to fight some awesome malignant creatures. No malignant hearts dropping, but malignant creatures certainly down there. And at the end of that small dungeon, you're able to go and basically throw these materials into this new brazier that we've added to be able to summon Varshan back from the dead to fight him for the special loot that he has. Now, one of the new creatures that we're adding is this the Galvanic Saint, which we'll show off some of the new art for some of these characters in just a moment. but this is a new, like very lightning-themed boss that players will be able to go and engage with as they complete Helltide content. They will learn Infernal Steel from opening various caches and use this as a way, as part of a new layer, to go and summon the
I think this is going to be a good adding in these like target farm bosses here. You know, we'll have to see how it plays out, obviously, but sounds cool.
Changes until next week when Adam comes back with Charles and they talk about all the class changes and itemization updates that are happening as part of the season. It's worth pointing out that several of the bosses in this chain have they are very elementally themed in terms of their attacks. So you should be looking for like lightning resist explicitly if you're trying to farm Grigwar, and you'll be looking for cold resist to find it from the Beast Device later. So we'll talk about that in just a moment. So okay, so that's World Tier 3. This is a way for you to get some of those build-defining uniques you might need to kind of progress to the Sacred Tier, give you those extra rewards as you go. So now we're talking about World Tier 4 for a second. So you've got into World Tier 4. Echo Varshan is now still available for you to fight in World Tier 4, where he drops ancestral versions of those.
Yeah, it's guaranteed legendary drop, but they're talking about target farming specific loot pools, like kind of like certain, like they'll be able to drop certain items specifically. You know what I mean? Not just a legendary. You know what I mean? So I think it sounds good. You know?
They drop summoning components that you need in order to summon Duriel, King of Maggots. You know, who is a new level 100 boss that we're adding as part of the seasonal experience, who has a chance to drop unique items as well as a low chance to drop uber unique items.
Only two town portals.
What does that mean, like, in terms, when you say uber uniques, a lot of people go like, oh, low chance, there's already a low chance, so what does that mean for a player for uber uniques now with this new system?
That's a great question. You will absolutely know people that have uber uniques after this goes live, and there's a way for you to farm them specifically from going after Duriel, right? It is still not every time you kill Duriel, you're gonna get an uber unique item. They're still very rare relative to other item types, but it's not like it was in the past. Like, you're going to see people in your clan that have uber uniques. You're going to know people that have uber uniques. You have a way to hunt for these, right? In this world, so that's a really big push.
That sounds like a good thing, I think, right, guys?
Now there are the two other bosses that I didn't talk about too much. The first is the Beast in Ice. So the Beast in Ice is a new boss that you can go and summon after you start completing Nightmare Dungeons higher than Tier 30. So Tier 31 plus Nightmare Dungeons, you know, level 85-ish monsters and so on from there. As you fight and complete these Nightmare Dungeons, there's chances for the components that you need to drop at the end of the Nightmare Dungeon you'll be able to use to make a new special Nightmare Dungeon key that explicitly brings you to the Beast in Ice's lair. So that is the way to be able to summon forth the Beast in Ice and fight them in combat to get their special loot. And they've got some really potent items as well. And then lastly, for the new boss we're adding with the season, is we talked about Lord Zir already. While you will be able to confront like a story version of Lord Zir as you go through the quest line in World Tiers 1 and 2, there is a much more difficult, challenging version of Lord Zir that you'll fight in World Tier 4 once you're ready for that content. And you'll be able to access and summon forth Lord Zir this way as you kill world bosses in Season 4, and as you kill, or in Season 2 rather, Season 4. As you kill world bosses, yeah, I know, I really am. As you kill world bosses in World Tier 4, and as you complete Legion events in World Tier 4, you'll be able to gather these materials forward and bring them to go and summon Lord Zir. So a couple extra things to kind of call out here. Actually, why don't we show? I think we have video of these new bosses. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Get a look at the new bosses.
See Grigwar summoning in for the first time. Very excited for players to go into that fight.
Cool.
The Beast in Ice in his new lair. And of course, Duriel, King of Maggots.
So coolest one of all.
Yeah, it's super gross. Very fun. So yeah, these three we obviously still have Lord Zir. We don't want to show off the boss fight just yet, but you know, you'll get a chance to go and obviously fight a version of him in the quest line and a much more difficult version of him later. But one other thing worth calling out as part of this, the materials that players are going to be collecting to use to summon forth these bosses. There's a couple advantages. First, if you've got friends, you can try to farm these components up together and use that as a way to more quickly access these fights and get more chances and opportunities to get some loot off these bosses that you're looking for. But you can also trade these materials between players as well. So if you've got half the things you might need to summon Varshan, but you don't have...
It'd be so sick if Daryl popped up and said, like, are you looking for bail?
Like maybe exchange for those things, and then go more quickly summon the bosses that you need. And also, as you collect these materials and you realize you may have overfarmed the materials that you need to summon,
freeze you too,
and you got the items you're really looking for early enough, Now you have a chance to like go and take those and maybe sell those off, you know, to make a tidy profit for yourself, so you can have an easier time enchanting items and other things as you go.
Exactly. Make friends.
Yeah, make friends for sure. Yeah.
And you said this before, but all 5 of these bosses have unique loot tables.
Yes.
That have specific uniques on them that you can target.
That's right. So if you're looking for a particular unique item in the game, and we've added a lot of unique items in Season 2 as well that also can all appear on these bosses, you know, you will be able to have, you will know the sorts of bosses you're looking for in order to farm for those items. Right. So
Not yet, Jordan. No quality of life stuff yet.
Drop it. You know what you need to go target farm and try to get those items.
Yeah, and what we're seeing here is just like some of the kind of like almost exclusive like items that you can find off of some of these bosses that within the 5 of them on their drop tables. But then, like Joe and Joe have mentioned, you can find unique items off of them. And Uber Duriel has the opportunity of dropping Uber uniques. And yes, you will find people and know people that and may find yourself an actual like.
Apparently those odds are going to be way turned up and you'll be able to find it. But I kind of like how it's like, I don't know. I'll see how it plays out, but like how you have to complete these 2 to get the stuff to do the next one. I might like it, I might not. I have to see how it plays out. I kind of like the look of it so far. Like just having the pathing of complete this, get that, and go down.
Changes for unique items. And I just want to note, like, because we had been talking about the stream on October 10th, where that stream where we just have a lot to talk about today, so we're actually splitting up the streams. But on October 10th, we're talking more about class balance changes. We're also talking about unique item updates. In fact, nearly every unique item is getting some sort of update in Diablo 4, and we're actually going to be talking more about that on the 10th. So these unique items are obviously going to be, big things to actually kind of hunt for players when they are fighting these specific bosses. So there's a lot of stuff to talk about today. We'll have more to talk about on the 10th, and of course we're also going to be talking about resistances more on the 10th with that.
1 in a million. That's better odds than finding like a Griffin's Eye or a Tyrell's Might or a Burroon, right?
Vulnerable and overpower damage that's also getting kind of adjusted and tuned, kind of what we mentioned in prior streams. So that will all be happening on the 10th. But we got to hear a little bit about the bosses here. Now we do want to talk about some of the gameplay updates and some changes that are coming to Diablo 4, which is a huge list that we actually do have. So it's going to take us be prepared. We got a lot of slides and a lot to discuss here, but we do want to kind of jump right into them so we can kind of get through all of them for sure. And a lot of this, and I do want to like preface, a lot of this is based off of things we've heard within the community feedback, and also just changes that we most definitely wanted to make to the game to make a better experience for players, especially as we were going through preseason and season 1. So, Joe, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, and so we can see, I'm going to talk about Scroll of Escape here. I just wanted to mention, we were seeing some of the images of some of the mount and some of those item art.
Oh, yeah.
Those are also new cosmetics that are exclusive to, that you can get from farming.
That's correct. Yes, these are exclusively dropped from the various bosses that we're talking about in Season 2. On Eternal and Seasonal.
And these, when we say eternal and seasonal, we mean that these are going to persist. Persist beyond Season 2.
That's correct. Yeah, these bosses aren't going to go away at the end of the season. We want to add more things for players to do once they get into these World Tier 3 and 4 content tiers. There's more updates we want to make to existing content types. We'll talk about some of those things today. But there's a lot more planned. This is sort of like the first step in like creating more interesting activities for players as they get into World Tier 4, especially as they're thinking about level 100, especially making sure there's more fun things for players to do and engage in.
More for an endgame.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about Scrolls of Escape. It's been a little while coming, but Scrolls of Escape will now be consumed automatically if you disconnect while you're in combat.
Hardcore players rejoice.
We feel pretty good about the case where people are, disconnecting on purpose. You're still going to consume that item, so we feel pretty good about this change. And it always sucks to die to a disconnect in hardcore.
Never fun.
Incenses, which are the party-wide version of elixirs, of course, will now grant a bonus to experience, and they will persist through death. So it'll be more useful. Now, this is a big one. we have a bunch of different experience changes that we're going to go over here. You're going to see a few different references to different experience changes. One of the things, and if you're playing Season 1, you'll notice that we did make some adjustments to experience in Season 1 as well. That's sort of, all this is sort of coming together with some changes to how experience is calculated in terms of which things are multiplicative. So the way this will work is, in general, you've got different kinds of experience bonuses. So you've got maybe a bonus from incenses that we just added, for example. You've got other experience bonuses maybe from seasonal blessings. These are going to add together in a bucket and then be multiplicative with your World Tour bonus. This means that these experience bonuses will be much more impactful in Season 2 than they were in Season 1. In fact, cumulatively, as I said, there are a number of different experience bonuses here.
So I'm not really a level pusher. Was this something that was necessary? You guys let me know in the comments or whatever, but that people didn't level up fast enough?
40% faster.
Yep, about 40% faster to reach level 100.
This will be about 40% faster
yeah, in Season 2.
100.
This is, you know...
Why would we do that?
Well, you know, we found that Season 2 is really about, we just talked about all of the boss changes that add more content to do as you're leveling up. We also want players to be able to get to level 100. It's a goal that many players set for themselves, and it should be an achievable goal. And so in Season 1, we saw that there were some players who were getting frustrated. You maybe get to level 75, and you're like, I want there to be more things to do, and this is like, it just feels like it kind of slows down. And we really wanted to smooth that over and make the process of reaching that goal and getting to the end of the season journey feel like an achievable goal for all our players who invest time in the season. And of course, along the way, you're going to be having a lot more cool stuff to do with all of the boss ladder stuff.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, these good changes. I'm very excited about this.
So, as I said, we'll talk more about other changes to experience as we go through this, but moving on for the moment, when you skip the campaign to jump into the world, as many players do at the start of a season, you're going to have more waypoints that start unlocked compared to previous seasons. That means you don't have to do quite as much running to unlock waypoints as you're going. This isn't every single waypoint, but it's key strategic waypoints that are related to places that you want to go and are centrally located.
Yeah, make it a little bit easier to get around to like whispers that are in rotation as you're like leveling up your character initially.
Yeah, I feel like the extra experience are a little unnecessary, but whatever, I guess. I don't think it really matters a whole lot, to be honest.
A suite of changes to sort of town efficiency, and this is
now that I think about it.
We're going to talk about some more in a little bit.
It's just not a big,
this is a big
goal
one.
anymore. It'll just happen.
I know this is one that's close to Joe's heart in particular. Renown rewards will now persist between seasons. So what this means is that when you create a new character in a season, you can still earn renown. You can still do side quests if that's something that you enjoy doing. You can go and do strongholds. You can do all of those content types, but all of the rewards that are associated with renown will persist. So if you had, and you don't have to, you're not going to have to log in on a different character or anything. Like any reward that you've claimed, if you claimed it in preseason, on Eternal, in Season 1, on any character, you're going to have that reward automatically when you create your new character in Season 2, and this applies to all of those obols. It applies to skill points,
potion upgrades,
all that
get
stuff.
all those Paragon points finally.
It's just nice to be able to start a new character and not feel like you have to go do every single side quest over again to get all of the stuff.
Yeah, you know, and this is something it's a really good point, Antonio, because when we are talking about these general improvements, what these came from is a lot of, like, us, the dev team.
Get him, Sir Fox. Get him.
Joe mentioned this before, but it's really important. Playing the game and then reading feedback from players, feedback on social, feedback from videos, everything, and really looking at, like, what are players asking for? Where are there places where we can make the game more fun? Because, you know, we talked back in Season 1, like, our goal is to continue making the game more fun for players, right? And so this is really sort of the result of that. And,
yeah, absolutely. I think making sure that players have more choices when they are able to log into their seasonal character right away and not feel like they've got this oppressive goal of needing to completely fill out their renown in order to play.
Ball, you can play the campaign every season if you wanted to. Every time you create a new character, you can play the campaign if you want to. I was actually thinking about doing that for the next season, playing the campaign.
Made changes in the past. Now, like after you've claimed these rewards on a previous character, you're just going to have them on the future characters.
That's right. Yeah, and I was going to say the.
I disrupted your flow.
No, it's all right.
Train of thought
Let's go to the next. Let's go to the next bullet. Overworld monsters. Yes. So this relates to another change. We're going to talk about it a little bit. But overworld monsters will now match your player level in World Tiers 3 and 4. I know that this is in preseason it worked this way, and we ran into some challenges with the game not feeling like you were getting upgrades that really felt powerful, and players rightly called that out. Like, look, I want to get powerful new items, and then I want to smash monsters.
Yeah,
and
you want to feel more powerful.
That's a really core part of the loop. So this change makes these monsters on par with your level. And this is based on reviewing season 1, but it's coupled with some other changes that make sure that it does feel meaningful and powerful, and you're not just feeling like, oh, I'm just sort of playing catch up.
Yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit more later on.
I'm not sure why they don't give you all the waypoints, to be honest. Why it's 10 now. They didn't say why they didn't want you to have them all.
Character is going to migrate to the Eternal Realm, and so we've added 2 additional character slots to make sure that you have plenty of space for more characters.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to note is like when characters are migrating from season 1 to Eternal Realm, we actually have all that information that's going to be posted immediately after this live stream. We have a huge blog that will be essentially talking about everything related to season 2, and so all the details about how that actually happens, how that works, will be in that blog. It works very similar to like if you play Diablo 2 Resurrected, you'll know exactly how that works, and it's very similar to that. But all that information will be on a blog afterwards.
Yeah,
so.
we'll go into detail about what happens with their items and how they carry over.
Yes.
Yeah, lots of great info there.
Come on.
Okay, so next I think we have towns. Yeah, towns and vendors. Yeah. So a couple things we've changed here to make towns a little more efficient, and that's like really a focus of ours as we kind of move forward.
This is a cool little thing here.
First up, the occultist is now set up by the Tree of Whispers. So when you go back and you turn in your whispers, there are additional functions you can perform right there without having to like fly off to Kyovashad or anywhere else.
Little
to
thing,
do
but
other
cool.
work. So that's nice for the loop.
Game saved.
We've gone through. We've added stashes much more liberally throughout Sanctuary. This is the first of those changes. So any small town with a waypoint attached to it is going to have a stash near it as well now.
Cool.
So just more opportunities to drop things off or pick things up as you're out there playing, either while you're leveling up a character from 1 to 50 and you just are finding things you want to drop off, or as you are playing in the end game and you're finishing whispers and things nearby. More opportunities to get to a stash. And then, additionally, we've added stashes to like near a lot of different vendors in capital cities. I think we have a video for this in just a moment, but we'll get to that in just a second, I think. But yeah, we've added more stashes all over the place. And then, of course, purveyors of curiosities. These lovable rogues, really tuck themselves away in a distant corner of a lot of the capital cities throughout Sanctuary. We're bringing them closer to the
I do. This never crossed my mind that they would do this, but I like the small quality of life thing here.
They're a lot easier to reach, as you can see here.
Get to that stuff done and get out there and slay demons faster, right?
He's now like right in the tavern, so it's just a lot easier to go and spend your obols as you're crewing them, and it's harder for you to forget that you have obols, for example. You'll get more gear as you're playing.
The purveyor has become more social.
Yeah, become more willing to like integrate with the rest of the people in town. Yeah.
It's like he realized his shady dealings aren't actually going to get punished by anyone, so he just might as well do them out in the open.
Nice.
Yeah, the law is a rough construct in many ways in Sanctuary. So in this way, that they're back in the good graces.
And I know, like because we've heard from players like, hey, spending time. They spend a lot of time in town. Obviously, like if they're going to be at the blacksmith or at the purveyor, at the occultist or anything, this is now going to just help make that a little bit more efficient. Yeah. Especially if they're going between different areas or different towns, they can now find stashes everywhere, and a lot of it was, thanks to the feedback from players on that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, cool. So I think that's about it for towns and vendors. There's plenty more stuff to talk about.
Yes.
Want to talk about mounts?
Yes, we should talk about mounts.
Congrats on that, Griffins. Troy, my man.
It's something that Mr. Joe Shelley had posted on the platform known as X, formerly known as Twitter.
Did he make a post?
He made a post, not a tweet.
Not a tweet.
That's a post.
Yeah.
And we've had a lot of people ask about this ever since that post, and we mentioned that it'd be something that's coming in season 2. So do you want to go through all our changes coming from mounts?
Yeah, let's take a look at them. The first off, there are a number of changes to mounts, but I want to call out that the one that players and we feel is the most significant here is it's just that they're going to get stuck less, right? So when you're trying to turn your mount like in a tight corner, or you're trying to navigate through a narrow space, the mount is going to much less frequently.
While this should have been this way in the first place, I guess, but I'm glad it got fixed, I suppose.
And part of that as well is mounts can jump over regular jump traversals just like your player, but we're a little bit finicky about it.
They were very finicky.
I think some people didn't. In practice, they didn't always. They were a little bit too scared of jumping over traversals. So we fixed that. It's much more smooth now. So a lot less
good call. Stuck less. ... I mean, nothing's perfect, right?
And we also increased the base movement speed of mounts. This means that traveling on your mount in town, for example, will be faster. We didn't increase the top speed of the boost, so the maximum boost speed is still the same, but your base movement speed unboosted is going to be 14% faster. We also made a change, and this is one that players point out. We have sort of a cool, I think it's like a very cool system for allowing the mount to have analog control with the mouse and keyboard. But the consequence of this is that it was sort of finicky. You really had to have the mouse cursor at the edge of the screen to get full speed. And if you had a little bit farther away, you kind of felt like, well, am I actually at full speed? So you really felt like it has to be at the edge of the screen at all times. Because, of course, when you're riding through the world, you want to be going as fast as you can.
Got to go fast. Yeah, I'm guessing they just picked a random number to boost it up, and then they were like, what percentage is that? And then they percentaged it out to 14. My guess, Cody. Just my guess.
All the time. But we made a change that makes it, the cursor is much more generous about allowing you to be at full speed. It's about half or so of the screen. Beyond that, it'll be at full speed. And so you really have to have the cursor close to your mount if you do want to slow down. And because it is still handy for navigating around between tight areas. So big improvement for mouse and keyboard users there.
Yeah, it just makes the mount a little less, a little easier to use.
Flawless. We'll have to see if that 40% screen pullback is coming. We'll have to see.
You don't have to have the mouse as far away and be planning your path at the very edge of the screen constantly. It's just generally not how people play and when they're moving in the game.
Yeah.
It's usually a bit closer to their character when they choose their movement options with the mouse. So yeah, feels really good.
I think between the faster mount and moving the important things closer to the waypoint, that is the 40%.
Oh, that's the 40%.
That is 41%. Those experience changes are massive. So.
This is just additive to it.
But I think it's a great point because as Adam was saying as well, town efficiency is also something that players care a lot about, right? Mm-hmm. So I mentioned the speed, the spur. This is your speed boost on the mount. We increased the duration. The rate at which you acquire spur charges is the same. So that means that with the increased duration, you're going to be able to be boosted a lot more of the time.
Yeah, way more spur up time.
Yeah, quite. It's close to 100%. I think it's pretty significant.
Yep.
And of course, this is great because those pesky barricades that would previously cause your mount to stop can be broken through, so you don't need to dismount unless you want to.
Right. Look at this fancy in slide video. Just added. The quality of the production has just gone up. Just as oh, look at this.
We got some production.
Nice. Fancy.
So you can see the
fancy.
player boosting through the barricade there.
I mean,
you also see the player using their dismount skill.
I could have done that for him.
And we have some changes related to that as well. So some cooldown changes.
Oh yeah, these are really big.
So I, as Adam mentioned, I posted about this on social media, and one of the things that we were experimenting with is having the mount cooldown reset after you take a traversal, because of course you get off your mount, you take a traversal, and then there's like a cooldown before you can mount again. It just feels sort of arbitrary, like why that's like slowing down the game for no reason, right? So we tested that in practice, and we found that while it was cool, what was even better is just reducing
these cooldown updates.
Base cooldown of
Reducing the base cooldown is cool.
across the board. So mount cooldown.
But yeah, it's more about my editing skills, Sir Fox, right?
If you're taking a lot of damage while you're mounted and you get knocked off your horse, the cooldown for getting back on the horse also halved from 30 seconds to 15. And as I mentioned, the dismount combat skill, like this is a really cool skill. We want it to feel like players can use it and feel powerful. So this is actually the cool up on it. When you jump onto your mount, there's a few seconds before you can use it, and 10 seconds felt way too long, so we reduced it to 3.
Yeah, it's much more fun to like just get on your mount, and if you see a pack of creatures that you need for a quest or for a whisper or anything else, be able to just disengage right into them, you know, and start the fight right away, as opposed to having to like wait. You just end up not using it.
I would like make circles around attacks, you know,
if you have like 2 seconds left or something.
So wait, hold on, monsters. I'm going to do this cool ability.
Yeah, exactly.
Just give me a little bit.
Just wait, it's happening. I promise. Yeah. So.
Yeah, very cinematic, but not as fun.
Awesome. So I know now. Oh,
God.
Wow. Okay, we have production behind the scenes, by the way, guys.
Yeah, honestly,
they're just smiling back there as they make these like crazy swipes between transitions. But we are now going to talk about some changes coming for Nightmare Dungeons.
Oh yeah.
Yes. So we, Antonio, I know, can kind of take us through all our changes here.
Finally, this is what I'm here for.
This is the moment.
This is what I work on. So, we have tons of changes for Nightmare Dungeons coming this season. The very first big change that we have is teleporting to a Nightmare Dungeon from the map.
Nice, another little quality of life, right? Bunch of little quality of life things. Pretty much everything people have been kind of complaining about, right?
Cut down on having the double load screens when you just want to go and play
These transitions.
more, like grind more Nightmare Dungeons and get your Paragon points up. I think this is a pretty, this will be a pretty popular change. I think this is something that people have wanted for a while, ever since we first implemented teleporting to Nightmare Dungeons.
Yeah, getting rid of this extra load screen, I think, is going to be a huge boon for me. So I'm supportive.
No zoom out text, guy.
All right. Okay, and it's funny enough. What is our What is our stream software thing that we use?
vMix.
vMix. People are claiming we're doing this in PowerPoint. It's actually through vMix. So credit to them. We could have gone the easy way out and done PowerPoint, but no. All right, sorry for interrupting. There you go.
Moving on, back to Nightmare Dungeons. So our dungeon events have more monster density now. And also, more importantly, in higher world tiers, your NPCs will no longer get one shot, so they will not be completely useless, or the events won't be hopeless when you're trying to defend someone from an onslaught of monsters.
Yeah, in general, I think this is going to be great for just increasing the perceived efficiency of dungeon events across the board.
Right, right.
It's pretty like, my friends and I are like, oh, okay, well, your friends and you are going to be okay. Like, I'm just going to leave.
Yeah, we're looking at dungeon events a lot just between the seasons and player feedback to make sure that they're fun to play and people want to engage with them. And this is kind of one of those things that we saw. We're like, yeah, we could do this.
Yeah.
I think so, Aaron, yeah. It's actually viable now,
next, we have traps. In our dungeons, the overall readability has been improved, and the crowd control on the player has been reduced. Look at that slow motion.
Slow motion action shot.
So it will be easier to see these, and more importantly, when you do get hit by them, you are not CC'd long enough to where you will just instantly die all the time.
Yeah, and I want to call this out so players. I want to make sure players are not confused about this. We're not just talking about CC on the traps, right?
Right. We're talking about just CC across the board from monsters. Just in general, like your CC time will be decreased.
All right. Well, hopefully not perpetually frozen forever.
Stunned by a vampire knight. I'm going to spend less time CC'd.
Right. Waiting. Yeah.
Right. Less time CC'd and less time going back and restarting the Nightmare Dungeon because you died.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is really valuable with increased density, of course, because there are more monsters on screen.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, there's a pretty extensive amount of changes coming for CC. So when players get a chance to check out the patch notes and everything, they'll see the full run through of all the changes that are coming out for CC.
Yeah, very cool.
All right.
Instant
What else we
replay
got?
quality footage.
Yeah, I do love this
I
footage.
can't get enough of it.
Yep. Oh, fragments. Interesting. What those are.
Yeah, the one thing that always got me was just perpetually
and
being
also
frozen
our
sometimes.
Paragon glyph
Just like froze.
This sort of falls in line with like the 40% faster leveling to 100. You also will get your Paragon glyphs leveled a bit faster so that as you are leveling up, your Paragon scales effectively with it and you can feel more powerful faster.
Okay. I don't know about that.
That's it,
but
though,
I'm fine
right?
with it.
Oh,
but
no, wait, there's a whole other
No,
section.
there's more stuff.
Oh, okay, well then
You
sure.
can't
Talk
have
about-
Nightmare Dungeons without the afflictions,
That's
right?
true. Talk about afflictions.
So we have a number of changes to some of our afflictions. We are constantly like looking at these and evaluating player feedback. The first one up that I have to talk about is backstabbers. So what it used to be was when a monster attacked you from behind, it just did a set increase in damage, which led to a lot of cases where players were getting one shot, right? So we changed this so that the close monsters attacks from behind will now cause you to become vulnerable, and then that vulnerable damage that you take is increased on a scaling metric. So the higher the dungeon tier, the more damage that you will take. This gives you a little bit more opportunity to have a bit of counterplay. It's not just all of a sudden like you're dead. You can play around this. You can react to it if you.
Yeah, the backstabber one is one that I never really thought I had a problem with, but I heard other people complain about it. But Surfbox say you thought the glyphs maxed out too fast. It just, I think they're trying to get stuff more towards a different player base. Obviously, I think Surfbox, like people who want to level up faster and get maxed out faster. You know,
you can do a lot more damage if you want in this state.
Right. For monster critical resist, now the monster attacks reduce the damage of your critical strikes for 3 seconds, and then this also scales by the dungeon tier. So now once again, like if this happens to you, you have the opportunity to play around it, and it's not just completely nerfing your damage the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, people would avoid this one, this affliction particularly, because it was a massive reduction in damage overall, because you didn't have any control over it either, right?
Right. And just in general, what we want to avoid are afflictions that are instant salvage, right? We don't want you to like look at your sigils and say, oh, I don't want to play that, and then just toss it every single time you see it. So this is sort of like
do that a lot.
effort to make this a bit more fun, so you can see it and know.
Yeah, those bugs are super annoying. Whether if they were bugged or just do crazy damage.
So we made some changes to Death Pulse. Now we prevent the death pulses from monsters that already have death explosions, like the lunatics. And we also prevent death pulses from spawning on top of each other or chaining with each other, so that you don't have to worry about an entire dungeon tile filling up with just death explosions that will one-shot you.
This is such a great change. So many times the lunatic explodes, and I'm like,
Yep.
all right,
Yeah.
I'm all good. And then I run in and like, no,
The
there's
lunatic
more
was bad
explosions.
enough. Yeah. And yep, we're good. There we go. Lightning Storm. Being shocked while in a bubble grants 35% bonus movement speed for 5 seconds. This is a change coupled with the other changes, where it only starts with when players are in combat. And it only starts when you have a direct path to the protection bubble. These holistic changes were basically implemented to make sure that Lightning Storm doesn't slow down your Nightmare Dungeon exploration. What we were seeing a lot was players wanted to get through the Nightmare Dungeons quickly, but when they had Lightning Storm, they had to like stop, run backwards, go hide in the bubble, wait.
I'm still on the side of just get rid of the lightning bubble thing. I think.
The movement speed bonus helps a ton because it helps you make up that lost time faster. And then these other two changes mostly focus on some of the more egregious examples where like a traversal is in between you and the bubble and you can't get to it in time, or for some reason.
I've seen a few comments about like that these aren't like super exciting things or anything. Like they went over season 2 first, and then they jumped into here are like fixing things that they think were off. So they're going to be jumping into more stuff later too. So maybe there'll be more exciting stuff for you guys a little bit later in the stream.
And finally, Drifting Shade. The duration of the Drifting Shade has...
And an FYI, they split it into 2 live streams, 2 hour-and-a-half to 2 hour live streams, because there's a whole nother live stream of more stuff that's changing, even after the one that's going to be here today. So
we didn't want cases where the Drifting Shade pops up and then players spend more of their time running circles around the Drifting Shade than they do focusing on completing the dungeon itself. So this should make it a little bit easier for the dungeons for you to be able to navigate the dungeons with Drifting Shade and not just want to avoid it completely.
Yeah, that's great.
All right. More.
Yep, yeah. More Nightmare Dungeon
More
stuff.
changes to Nightmare Dungeons.
So this is, in addition to Nightmare Dungeons, this is also for our normal dungeons, but we changed some of the objectives for a handful of dungeons. You will see this in the Nightmare Dungeons for this season specifically.
Jim Tampa, 10 gifted Slayer ships. Ooh. Thank you so much, Jim Tampa, you freaking legend. Thank you so much, man.
All you have to do is really just go find the boss. You can focus on the critical path. There are dungeon events and other things going on that are optional, but if you want to go in and find the boss, you can just go in and go straight to the boss. So we're trying out this change. We're going to see kind of how it works with the dungeons that we've implemented it on, and we're definitely keeping an eye out on player feedback to see how they like it.
I know Rax, who's watching.
A couple of people said best change ever, get rid of objectives.
I know. After hearing that, I'm sure.
And finally, for the pool of Nightmare Dungeons this season, like we do every season, we've went and evaluated the dungeon layouts, and we've redesigned a number of these. So for the ones that do have objectives, we've changed them to limit backtracking even further. But we also wanted to be conscious of making the dungeons just feel too linear. So we found a good balance where the player can engage in the objectives and the content without having to spend so much time running back and forth, which also contributes to the 40% increase to get to level 100. But as you can see here, here's one of the Nightmare Dungeons that we have for Season 2. In this first objective here, we had our elites that you needed to kill. They were kind of off in the wings, and it created these really bad situations where if you took a wrong turn and then you realized too late that you missed one, you'd have to go all the way back and track that guy down and waste a ton of time. So we moved these objectives to the critical path. So as long as you're just on the main path, on the main loop, you will encounter them. And even if you do make a wrong turn, the penalty for getting back onto the critical path is not that significant. So it's like just less downtime in between reaching these objectives.
All right. Next, we have a bunch of updates to world events.
Yeah, world events and Legion events. Oh, thanks.
Yes.
Let's talk about that. Let's bring it up. We have a whole other slide, I think.
There we go.
There it is. Yes. So yeah, we've heard feedback from players. They're looking for more uptime on some of these events. They're looking for more opportunities to go and engage with this kind of content. So we made some changes as part of Season 2. So right off the bat, Legion events time between events has been reduced from 30 minutes to 25 minutes. They're going to be more, you'll find them more frequently as you're playing. This is great because you do want to go farm these to get the materials you need.
Yeah, just for I see some people still talking about like different changes and things like that that they want to see. And there is another hour of this live stream, approximately half hour to an hour of this live stream, and a whole nother live stream on a different day. So to keep that in mind.
And we did this in a few different places. But
one
of the reasons we did this is in situations where the player's like wrapping up a Nightmare Dungeon or they're just in an instance, we want to give them a chance for them to pop out and happen to see that warning is up so they know that they can go and try to chase that down. We also fixed like some minor issues here where like Legion event pins would not display at the edge of players' minimaps if a Whisper was active for that Legion event.
That's a huge world boss change. They cut it the time in half. From 6 hours to 3.5 coming up here? Ooh.
It wasn't
Quite a bit.
showing up. We made the same change for world bosses. Now, for world boss spawns, similarly, we made another change here. We reduced the duration between uptimes for the world boss from 6 hours to 3.5 hours. So these are going to be much more available for players to find and chase down as they play.
Yeah, it was something that, players have been talking about, hey, I have a set schedule, or I'm always at work when these world boss spawns occurs. So now there's more opportunities for players to end up getting their chance at a world boss, which is really good.
Yeah, likewise, we have increased the warning timer for these bosses from 30 minutes to 60 minutes to really let you know when they're about to start. You can plan to go and hit these, because again, these have slightly higher drops for the Lord Zir fight, for example, and they still have good rewards attached to them as well. So those are up. And then we also made sure that there's now a message that's broadcast to all players when a world boss is 15 minutes away from spawning. So again, doubling down, making sure the players are aware that the world boss is about to kick off, so you don't have those situations where you just missed it because you didn't realize it was up. So we think that these are going to be some changes that are going to help that quite a bit.
All right. Endgame activities.
Yeah, let's go. I can just keep going from here. So. One of the things we found in Whisper Cache is it used to be when you got into World Tier 3 and you're starting to get your first sacred sigils and such, that when you finish Whisper Cache, you got effectively the lowest sigil tier key from that tier, from that world tier. So now the way it's going to work is when you go and you turn in all your whispers and you get your new summoning materials for Varshan, and you also get a random nightmare sigil on turn in, that sigil is always going to be within 5 levels of the highest nightmare dungeon you complete in that tier. So they're going to be more relevant for you based on your current progression as you continue to go. So I think that's going to be a fun change for players. The next, so I really want to hammer down this. So gold rewards from Whisper caches have been really significantly increased. Greatly increased, Greatly increased.
That's why it's in a different color. We want to very much emphasize greatly.
So if you're looking for gold for your build, whether you're trying to do a massive respec of your character and you're looking for the chance to reroll many more times on an item to get exactly the affix that you're looking for, Whispers end up being a really great source of gold for you to continue to farm as you're getting into the end game, and remains so as you go. So it's going to be a really, really big change for you to be able to engage with as you play. And then, so next up, I know Joe already talked about some of the changes we're making to experience in other places. Here, we've also made sure that Whisper turn-ins, for all your bounties and the Helltide caches, the XP rewards from those moments are much more substantial in this point. We're okay with the idea that Nightmare Dungeons remain a really great source of experience for players. That's fine. But we want to make sure that Whispers and Helltide features in particular are brought up to feel that they are more competitive with Nightmare Dungeons. But now that there's also the addition of these summoning materials that you need from these content types, there are also other rewards, and then even gold from Whispers. There's other rewards you're going to be getting at the same time. So while experience from Whispers is really dramatically increased, be really great, particularly on the 1 to 50, as you want to use more Whispers potentially to level up than you have in the past. There are advantages no matter which way you want to go. And then, some minor things here. So Whisper caches, we're granting items from that reward moment that weren't always tied to the item slot associated with the cache. So we've gone through, we've made some changes on the loot side to ensure that won't be the case anymore. So if you go and you open a boots cache, then you're always going to get boots from that cache. So that's going to be a change. That's also, that change has been propagated to the Helltide caches as well. It shouldn't be the case anymore that you end up opening a two-handed weapon cache and you just get a ring or something along those lines. And then also, Helltide chests now also have specific icons on the map to indicate their type. So if you're trying to figure out exactly where rings could be found or where you could find light weapons or whatever else, it's a little bit easier for you to find those things from the map level as you're looking around. So yeah, some good changes for endgame activity stuff there.
All right. Next, we got some UI and UX changes I know that we're putting into the game. Joe, do you want to take us through these?
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, players have been able to mark items as junk for a while now, and once an item is marked as junk, you can actually sell all junk in your inventory, which is pretty handy. But it's really sort of, some players have different ways that they want to manage their inventory. You know, they've got players who are like, I want to go back to town and then I want to do all this, or I want to do it in the field. And so we want to provide more flexibility for players who like to manage their inventory in different ways to do that. So we've added the ability to favorite items, and of course, this protects from situations where you might have accidentally salvaged or sold an item that is really important. When you use the sort button in your inventory or in your stash, the aspects that have the same power will now be sorted together so that they're easier to find.
Yeah, helps out a lot more when you're trying to dig through your inventory and figure out exactly where things are.
Yeah.
This one is a little bit subtle. So when you're looking at the affixes that are listed on an item tooltip, so maybe you have strength and crit chance, something like that. The sorting of those affixes is now consistent within the type of affix that it is. So if you have two items that both have strength on them, the strength is going to appear in the same location vertically in the list of affixes, which makes it a little bit easier to evaluate
when you're comparing both
two items to each other.
Exactly.
And dungeon map tooltips. This is, I know, Adam, this is one that.
This is one I like. As soon as I saw this, I was like, oh, thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
So they'll now display, when there's an active whisper, they'll now display the aspect name and the description. It's no longer hidden by the whisper being active on the dungeon.
Yeah, everyone's got a one or two things in particular that are fairly small.
I kind of forgot or didn't think about that, but I do like that last one there. That I've had that before, where it's like, well, what aspect am I getting for this and stuff like that? So I do like that.
This is a really cool one. You can now search and filter your stash. And I think we have a video of this. This includes text search.
There you go.
You've got a bunch of different filters down there. You can filter by item type, item rarity. You can filter by sacred and ancestral items. And then you can see there at the bottom we've got a text box, so you can search for keywords and other text on the item. And this searches across all your stash tabs too. Yeah. So if you take a look at the top there, you can see that the, well, it's a little bit hidden by the tooltip right now, but you can see that there are 4 items in this tab that have that fill the criteria and none in the other tab. Or in this case, there are 3 in that tab.
Blue filter would be sick.
They're highlighted, so make it easier for players
to
search through and find items in their stash.
Yeah, another a hotly requested item from players as well. A lot of our UI UX updates in general are, fueled by feedback that we've received either through social media or on our forums.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We have some more. Players that want to hide identifying information, like character names or BattleNet tags for other players, can now find these settings in the social options menu.
That's right, streamers. You got streamer mode.
Streamer mode.
And this is a one that we've seen a lot of feedback on. Players want to be able to hide vulnerable, the status effect text. So vulnerable, dodge, fortify.
Huge W right there. Huge. I hated that. Hide everything.
So you can hide them along with hiding the combat numbers.
Yeah, this is a direct response to everyone on X and other media platforms that will text on a regular basis asking for this option.
Yeah, they'd be like, I can hide the numbers, but I can't hide, fortify.
Totally fair. Happy to get this out to players. Yeah.
And we've added an auto run feature. So you can bind a key to auto run, and then you can the character will run in the direction that they're facing on a controller, or the direction that you the mouse cursor, where the mouse cursor is located. So you can start auto running, and then you can review your inventory, bring up the map, do those kinds of things.
Oh, okay.
Awesome. And then we have a lot of...
one more thing.
Oh.
I don't want to forget this.
I'm like, see, we have so much stuff, and I know...
I didn't see where it said mini-map at first. I didn't see where it said mini-map at first.
This one's important. Antonio was talking about the improvements to Nightmare Dungeons to help navigate through them. This change to the minimap significantly zooms out
got us all pretty good.
Level of the map, and this will really help players navigate through towns, navigate through some areas of the world that are sort of more dense in terms of terrain and obstructions, and navigate in dungeons. This means that when you're in a dungeon, you can see more of the dungeon layout that's near your player on the minimap than you could before.
Yeah, if you're approaching a fork in the overworld, you're not sure which way it leads back to the main trail.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. It is good. I got so excited when I see zoomed out, but it still is a good thing, I suppose.
And I know now I can get ahead of myself here. We have a lot of updates regarding items as well that we do want to kind of go over. So, Mr. Joey P.
Oh yeah, sure.
Right.
Happy to talk about some things. So yeah, we made a few changes. I know that some things we've already talked about a bit before, right? But here, gems no longer drop directly as rewards. Now players can be earning these new gem shards, these fragments, materials they can use at the jeweler to craft their own gems. So basically, as you're wandering through the world and you're killing monsters, you're opening chests, you're gonna be dropping these fragments as you play. And rather than having like individual items that go into your inventory, these shards are gonna go into your materials tab. And then as you want to create gems, you can go back to the jeweler. You can spend those fragments to create gems rather that will go into your inventory that you can then slot on items the way that you like. So it basically takes all of those gems that have been randomly appearing from completing events and opening chests out of your inventory and gives you the option as the player to choose when you want to go and create gems that you need for your items.
And just to make sure people are aware, like, of course, when you do create a gem, it does then appear in your inventory, which then allows you to then, of course, sock it into an item. But now you won't be finding all those gems out in the world that will fill up your inventory. Those will just appear as materials now.
Good enough, I guess.
Within your materials tabs.
And you'll also be able to salvage those gems that you do create, and then use those materials to go and create better gems. So yeah, big changes there. It frees up a lot of inventory space. Feels good. Enchantment cost updated. What a strange single line,
What
right?
a very general.
So the ultimate thing here that I want to cut to is that enchantment costs overall have been reduced, but the way that works out is that your initial enchant cost is going to be a little bit higher than it is currently for your first enchant, the first time you do it. And then the progression of the cost of that, of re-enchanting that item, is going to go up much more slowly over time, and it's not going to spike quite as quickly. So players overall it's going to be a little bit less expensive for players to go and try to re-roll items to their heart's content to find things they're looking for. And this partnered with the changes that we made to Whisper Bounty cash turn-ins, where you get like way more gold from at those moments. Greatly, significantly increased in those situations, are going to help those defer a lot of those costs for players if you don't end up using a lot of that gold to go and trade and do other things instead. So yeah, big changes there. Okay, so another really
super quick. Yeah, it looks like we're just a little bit short of 200 likes. Make sure you guys hit the like button for me, fellas.
I'll read the line, then I'll explain it. So craft materials will drop in place of lower item power, normal magic, and rare equipment in World Tiers 3 and 4. And what do I mean when I say that? What I mean is when you go into World Tier 3 and you start getting sacred items dropping for monsters, you will find that you will no longer be having normal items dropping for monsters. The only items that will drop for monsters in World Tier 3 will be sacred in nature, they're equipable gear, right? So instead, when you would have got like a rare item before, that is going to be, you're going to get crafting materials that you can use instead, dropping on the ground if you just go run over and pick up, as opposed to having that rare item in your inventory. Now, this is another one of the reasons why we made this big change to the Whisper Gold increase. We made some other gold increases as well, to basically offset any concerns that players might have about needing to sell off all of those typical rare items, as they're progressing through. Now, I will say that if a legendary item drops for you that is of normal quality that you could have got level 50, in World Tier 2, if a legendary item drops for you, that will still appear for you in World Tier 3. So that you're not going to be losing out on legendary items that potentially could drop for you in part of the experience. When you go into World Tier 4, only ancestral items will drop for you as you're playing. You will no longer see sacred items or normal items from that point forward. But once again, legendary and unique items.
Not a loot filter, but kind of. I think it's a little fix without adding the loot filter that everybody wants, I guess. So there you go.
For the most part, getting a ton of these items out of your inventory as part of this change.
Yeah, it's this and the gems changes are going to help out a lot with inventory management for players and ensure that they're focusing on like the items that they're really going to want, and then of course getting the benefit of getting all the materials now from the items that we're dropping beforehand. They'll just now be materials that will be in their materials tab.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's not even the end of the big changes we have planned. So another thing that we're doing as part of Season 2, and again, this is on the Eternal Realm and also in the Seasonal Realm, is that when you start to go into World Tier 3 and 4, items that are dropping for you are going to get more powerful based on the monster level that you're fighting. Now, this is in response to, so all of the item changes we're making in response to player feedback we've been receiving since preseason and season 1. Season 2 represents the first really great opportunity that we've had to spend a good amount of time kind of responding to this feedback, getting things tested, getting things into the game.
Don't worry about that, fellas.
So we're really excited to offer things like this. But there's situations where players will get into World Tier 3. They'll finish off a lot of the gear that they need inside Sacred Tier fairly early. 50, 55, 56. They start getting ready to make the transition potentially early into World Tier 4 to get into their Ancestral Tier. And then that can end up in a situation where by the time that you are level 65, 68, 70, you've kind of collected all the Ancestral gear that you can get, minus uniques you might still be hunting for. Once you get into that tier. But you might have already got all of the gear that you're looking for, particularly eye power-wise, as you're progressing through. Now the way that we've changed things is that starting in Sacred Tier, I guess we'll talk about Sacred Tier first. So if you fight level 55...
Oh, thank you so much, Sir Fox, you legend.
When you fight a level 56 creature, the eye power minimum and maximum of that range increases by 2. So every monster level from that point forward, the eye power of the potential output of that item is higher as a result of that, to encourage players to want to go and try to fight higher, more difficult, higher level, more difficult creatures as they're progressing.
I kind of like that change. And Sir Foss asks if I'm going to be returning to D4. I'll probably go back, play it for a week or two when the new seasons hit and stuff like that. That's probably what I'll keep doing.
Joe mentioned that was kind of aligned with some other things we're trying to do to make sure
Thank you for the super chat once again.
More powerful as time progressed. And part of that is ensuring that players have a sense of progress as they go. And when we think about sacred and ancestral progression, when you're getting into that part of the game, one of the things we want to try to ensure is that players do have the time needed to go and kind of gather items of value that they can use to put their build together. But we don't want the player to feel like, in an effort to hit that solution, the feeling of not feeling and not getting any real progress past level 70 in this case, if you're getting into your ancestral gear fairly early, that's not worth the cost of making sure that you've got your time to get your things together. Mm-hmm. So instead, we want to make sure that you have opportunities for upgrades as time goes on, right? So in World Tier 4, starting at level 75, you'll have the typical range, but then that continues to go up by 2, for every monster level above that, so, going up pretty high. Once you get to level 100, now you're dealing with ancestral items of eye power potential of 920 at that point. And that's just at level 100, right? Once you start fighting higher level monsters than level 100, when you're fighting like level 101 monsters, level 102 monsters, the minimum range of the item
donated 50
goes up
Danish
by 1
kroner
for every
through
monster
super
level from that
chat.
point forward.
Hit that
So
like
you'll get to a
button.
point where
Will you
you're fighting
return
level,
to D4,
150 creatures and such that you're
Thank you so much again for the super chat, Sir Fox. Ooh, legend. Ooh.
The eye power ranges of those items are effectively like on par. Like they are, it's like 920 to 920 is like the end result long term as you go deeper and deeper into the system.
Yeah, so you start to shrink down that window.
Yeah, you slowly shrink down that window so that as you're getting drops for yourself in the world and in Nightmare Dungeons and other content types, like it's much more likely to get the maxed out eye power rolls that you're looking for. Now, one change we didn't make as part of this is we didn't change the ranges on affixes that are attached to these. So the change that we're talking about here is getting you more weapon damage on your weapons,
donated
more armor
$2
value on
through
your armor
Super Chat.
pieces, and more
200
inherent
likes, let's
resistance,
go.
which is so much more important.
Let's go. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Are you Slayer?
That will continue to grow as you get more eye power for these gear pieces. So now this is naturally going to push players to fight more difficult monsters, and we want that. We think that's fun, right? But that's not, we want to make sure that other content pieces also provide the opportunity for meaningful rewards as well. So one other change that we made here for Whispers, for example, is that the caches that you get at the end of a Whisper turn-in, the rewards for that are actually 10 eye power better, which would say that they're 5 monster levels higher than what you would normally get, because usually rewards that you get from these caches are based on your character level at the moment that you turn these things in, based on the world tier that you're in. Now there's an offset, so you get additional item power value from the items that you get from that cache normally. And then, in addition to that, the upgrade caches, the legendary cache that can occasionally appear when you're turning in your Whispers, those are going to give you 20 eye power above what your level is at that moment.
Trying to get people to do these Whispers
these
more
end
often?
up being compelling ways for players to want to go and try to collect rewards from engaging with these systems. Again, while they're earning tons of gold, and also while they are getting materials they need to go and summon the Echo of Varshan in World Tiers 3 and 4. And then next, of course, is Helltide caches also benefit from the same change, in that all Helltide caches, starting right in World Tier 3, have a 20 eye power offset attached to them for the wards that come out of that. Now, a question that might get asked is, does that mean that that eye power value is going to go above the cap of what Sacred or Ancestral would normally provide? And the answer is no. So this does not mean that the very best items in the game are going to be delivered to you from Whisper caches and Helltide caches. Only that these changes allow these cache systems to provide meaningful rewards much longer into progression.
And again,
it's just tied to level.
And again, the eye power cap is you mentioned
920 for Ancestral.
920.
Yeah.
There you go. Because I know there's a lot of people asking 820, 920. So
yeah, we think that these are going to be some good changes for players to feel that they're getting some of those upgrades as they play through those content tiers in World Tier 3 and World Tier 4. They have a smoother journey as they continue to level up their character. This mixed with like the experience point changes and a lot of the Nightmare Night stuff that we talked about so far.
So farm Helltides and Tree Whispers out. Maybe it's we'll have to see how the experience and everything shakes out, right? And yeah, I don't blame anyone for continuing to play D2R, best game ever made. So don't blame you, but yeah, these changes are definitely good things that'll make the game funner, in my opinion, more funnerness.
About Uber Duriel, and how
Duriel, king of maggots, His Majesty.
Exactly. Uber Duriel. But with all these new bosses, because they all have their own loot tables and everything associated with them, at least with Duriel, because that in itself is a level 100 boss. So what type of like kind of item power can you expect to find off of like Duriel?
Yeah, you'll find eye power 920 stuff off Duriel. So there are unique items that Duriel drops that are only some of them are very new and they're coming in with Season 2 that only come from Duriel that are just really powerful, right? And then there are the uber unique items that drop as well. Now, for the unique items dropping him, there is a tighter range versus like relative to other bosses and other things. In general, unique items that drop from these bosses they're not going to roll the full like 75 eye power range. They're much tighter across the board as you kind of step up into the more powerful bosses. So I think the eye power range for Duriel, the eye power range for Duriel is much smaller than 75. I don't remember exactly what the range is specifically for that number, but that is increased. But the uber unique items that drop from that have a chance to drop, low chance to drop, but still will certainly drop from Duriel. Those are always rolled at cap, so they're always rolled at the highest eye power possible. And all of the affixes on the uber unique also always roll at the highest values possible. So when you get an uber unique item, there's not a better version of that specific uber unique item that you can get. That's always the very best one.
Yeah. So if you find a Shaco, you've got the very best version right there. So
yeah, you have it. Yeah,
that's awesome. Nice, cool. Well, I know we just went through a slew of changes and updates coming to the game. And again, like to reiterate, we still actually have more to talk about.
Yeah, we didn't talk about classes.
We didn't talk about unique items. We didn't talk about unique item changes.
We didn't talk about the damage buckets.
And I will note, like unique item changes, like I said before, like pretty much almost all unique items, or nearly all unique items, are getting some sort of update, which we will talk about on October 10th. I know a lot of people have asked.
Yeah, it seems like these new bosses or whatever they're adding, it's going to be a viable way to farm gear by farming them over and over again, kind of thing.
And
he has been summoned.
He has been summoned. He's on vacation.
He's on vacation.
We got the materials.
He's watching though.
We got the materials to summon.
But yeah, we're going to be talking about all that stuff. We're also going to be talking about the resistance changes and stuff that we've been talking about already today, and how it's going to be much more valuable for people to be ensuring that they have it on like rings and all those other.
Well, and there are changes to
Gurnita
the
donated
we're getting into it, but there are changes to the way that it works.
You rock.
Thank you so much for the super chat and for the kind words. Tamita, you slayer.
Resistance system.
Thank you so
How's
much.
that going to work? And the 1010 stream is really going to explain how the streams work.
Exactly. And I will also note that on the 1010 stream, we will even be talking about the first update that will be coming even after Season 2 launches. And that's something that we can briefly talk about here, which is after Season 2 launches, we'll of course have additional updates that will be coming within the season, and each of these updates are going to be adding new things, new ways of being able to enjoy the content, and new features that players have been asking for. So we'll be actually showcasing what 1-1 will be in that October 10th stream as well. So people will get an early look of what the first update post Season 2 launch will be. And of course, we have a lot more to even talk about at BlizzCon. So if you are going to be at BlizzCon, make sure to check it out. Of course, we'll be streaming, and there'll be more information about, I know, the BlizzCon collection items and everything that will be available for players to be able to partake in. That will have items within Diablo 4, and of course items from other games that are going to be featured at BlizzCon, like World of Warcraft, Overwatch, and all the others. So.
But most importantly, at BlizzCon, you can bug Adam in person.
Yes, you can bug all of us in person at BlizzCon. So make sure to, if you are going to be coming to Anaheim, to check it out. And if you're interested in coming, of course, you can grab a ticket to BlizzCon, which is in early November. So should be good. First weekend of November, Friday and Saturday. All right. One other thing that we did want to talk about is there's some changes that are coming in regards to Smoldering Ashes. For the free tier of the Battle Pass, because we've gotten a lot of feedback from players, and this kind of ties back to the experience items that we were talking about, where the tiers of the Smoldering Ashes were pretty deep in, and you would already be like a higher level and everything like that. And I know one of the big changes that we're doing is the character level requirements for those specific tiers with Smoldering Ashes have been reduced. So players will now actually run into those Smoldering Ashes and be able to use them. And they will automatically unlock now, which is really nice, earlier within the actual Battle Pass as they're playing through.
Little thing, but good, but good.
Miss one when you're leveling up, which I think happened to a lot of players.
Yes.
Certainly happened to me. It's like it's now when you go back to the when you go and you actually open up the Battle Pass, you'll see that you've already unlocked those Smoldering Ashes. You can go right and spend those in your season blessings.
And benefit from them right away.
On new season blessings, yes, there are 3 new season blessings for season 2 that will be part of the new Battle Pass, of course. And of course, one other thing with the Battle Pass is there is going to be new town portal skins that will be unlocked and available for players as well. So of course, you can now change from blue town portal to different color town portal if you'd like, and there will be other town portal skins available in the Battle Pass as well. So
yeah, I like this angelic sort of feel to this
angelic one.
Very cool.
Yeah, you can look like you're friends with Imperius or like best friends with Imperius with your new town
and again,
portal.
the free track.
Super cool.
Yep.
That's
Imperius and Arya, sorry.
Well, any of the angels.
Yeah, technically, it would be more orange, I would say, if it was Imperius to match him. So I've been playing some Heroes of the Storm lately. So
love Heroes of the Storm.
I've got Imperius on my mind right now. Well, we do actually have one other big news thing that we did want to actually talk about today as well, which is we are bringing more Diablo 4 players into the world, because we're here to announce that Diablo 4 is actually going to be launching on Steam with the launch of Season 2. So on October 17th, Diablo 4 will be available on Steam. Nice part about being on Steam, of course, is it carries over the same elements as all the other or all the other platforms. So cross-play, cross-progression will work immediately day one for anyone who does purchase on Steam. And so if you have friends on Battle.net and they prefer to play on Steam, they can, of course, play together from both sides, which is awesome to see. So wishlist will be available immediately after the stream for Diablo 4 coming on Steam. It's really nice if you have a Steam Deck, it's another option of being able to play Diablo 4, because you can now take it like on the road with you.
Well, there you go for whoever that helps. There you go.
Yeah, lots of
Sanctuary on the go.
Sanctuary on the go, which is good. And by the way, cross progression and everything, of course, that works with the console players as well. So if you're playing on Steam, you'll of course be able to iPad and ask the questions, and of course call out people's names and attempt to pronounce them correctly. But I know we will start off with one first question here as we grab more within the group. But what plans do you have for itemization?
Yeah, so we've obviously got a ton of feedback about the feeling of earning rewards in Diablo 4 and the feeling of like the power of those items and how interesting they are and how easy they are to compare, and what the path towards getting like perfect items feels like, and really what players are meant to do once they reach like that threshold of the game where they're trying to like fully like perfect their build. We have a lot of ideas of things we want to add on the itemization side in Diablo 4. The sorts of things I talked about earlier in the item section, like those really are just like some first small steps of the sorts of things we want to do. But we're reading through all this feedback, we have all like really interesting ideas and designs that we're working on the side. And we're excited to be able to bring those things to you over time. And we'll be talking about more of them in the future. But yeah, we have big plans for itemization for Diablo 4.
Yeah, I mean, really the themes here are more endgame stuff and improvements to itemization.
Yeah.
All right. Quick question here from Cursed47. It's great to improve mounts, but what will you do to fix and address open world items? Teleporting from Nightmare Dungeon to Nightmare Dungeon sometimes isn't very fun and wasn't the best way to fix the time issue. Is there more plans for open world elements? Using mounts sometimes doesn't feel like it.
Thank you so much, Native. Appreciate it. Very kind of you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what is being asked there.
They're asking if there's going to be like some more plans for some like open world content or anything that will be on the open world. And I think a lot of this ties back to some of the stuff that you're actually seeing in Seasons, because Seasons actually ends up adding a lot more content to the open world, even with Season 2, with us being able to add additional objectives and everything for players to actually grab.
There are. We want to have a mix of gameplay that occurs in dungeons, which is core Diablo gameplay, and gameplay that's occurring in the open world. And so with Season 2, you see things like the
Blood Harvest,
the new Blood Harvest, exactly, and some of the changes like the monsters being on level with you in open world, and the changes that Joe talked about with item power based on monster power.
Yeah, in addition to that, just making sure that the various activities we have in Diablo 4 feel more rewarding to engage in on their own. One component of that being that the summoning materials that you need to go and farm these bosses that you want for these special unique items, and in some ways to go and challenge Duriel as well for those uber unique opportunities. Like, these represent, I think, good steps forward to kind of make these content feel more compelling in general. But as we continue to march forward and we're looking at, I mean, we showed the content chart earlier with like all of the bosses and the way that we're sort of thinking about various parts of the endgame experience. There's a lot of room there for us to continue to create more distinct activities that appeal to different kinds of players, and also just continue to bring out like various kind of parts of Sanctuary to make things more fun and engaging for players. So this really is, again, like just the first step of the sorts of things we want to continue to add and inject into Diablo 4 over time.
Kind of a cool little thing, I guess not fully overlooked, but the echo of Varshan and Grigoris being in World Tier 3 to like target farm them. It's kind of neat that they slid that in there.
And the relevance of the content in the world, right? Because if there's content in the world, but it's not relevant, then you're just riding past it, right?
That's absolutely right, yep.
We have a question from these names. Legless puppy, which probably rolls around on wheels, and it's probably a cool puppy.
That sounds really sad, actually. In a way.
I mean, if they're on wheels, that's pretty cool.
I mean, I guess if it has wheels,
sure. Rolling on some good rims or something.
Okay, I guess Adam likes taking legs off puppies, but weird take.
Is there any chance of the level cap being removed off of Paragon glyphs?
Yeah. Joe, you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. So we have talked before quite a bit about how we look at power progression in Diablo 4. Particularly, like, we talked a lot more about this like before launch, and a little bit before Season 1. But Diablo 4 is designed with the idea of kind of cap power progression sort of in mind. We want to make sure that we find the right ways for players to continue to grow the power of their characters as they continue to engage in the game. We will be looking for more opportunities for players, particularly as they reach level 100 and they're looking for more ways to get stronger and get more powerful. We want to find more ways for them to do that feel in ways that feel compelling and are fun, and don't feel like this extra task work they have to do in order to like take that next step, right?
Yeah, I think if I think about the reasoning behind that question.
I mean, I think he said the guy's name was sad. The guy's name on Twitch or whatever that was a legless puppy, like just kind of a sad name. You know what I mean? It wasn't like an insult of a person or anything.
But also, players are saying like, well, I ran out of stuff to do. Can there be more stuff to do, right? And so increasing the Paragon glyph cap could be one way to do that. The way we're doing it in Season 2 is through all of the endgame boss summoning mechanics.
Yeah, the endgame boss summoning mechanics, and then the vampire powers will level up as you go through the season, right? But yeah, it's it's not even just having more things to do. It's making sure that there are more things to do that impact the performance of my character, and I feel like there's more ways I can get stronger.
At endgame for yes,
right.
Yeah, that's a much better way to say it.
No, yeah, but I think that it's all fair, right? I think that there's room here for us to continue to add more of that, add more to that experience, particularly as the players level 100.
Yeah.
I look forward to more of those, updates as we continue to kind of march along.
Yeah.
Mavastra says, could we have a Paragon board reset button, or be able to buy reset scrolls for a set amount of gold or something?
Right.
Won't talk about anything today, but
it's coming 10/10.
We'll look into it.
Wink.
Yeah, what an interesting idea.
What an interesting
Wink.
idea.
Interesting idea.
There you go. Cool. Next question that we have is from, trying to pronounce these names here. Deyv. Question about Uber Uniques. Is there a chance for you guys to improve Uber Unique stats?
So Uber Uniques are going to be one of those things that are going to get discussed, I think, a little bit more next week when Adam is on talking about the content changes for classes and the various item bucket changes and things, or the affix and skill bucket changes they've made. So I think that's a good question for the
Another
that
thing you
group
guys
to
asked a lot
answer
about there.
as part of that conversation. But
They were just talking about bucket changes, item changes.
improvements, particularly with some Uber Uniques. Yeah.
Coming next week. Sounds like 10/10.
JJ Lafrite says, is the stash search usable for legendary powers and affixes?
Yes.
Yes, you can search through those. So it'd just be, searching.
I did see someone ask that too. You could search for things with vulnerable on it. Type in vulnerable, should work.
That up specifically from that end. Nelix87 says, are there any plans to give clans some love? Currently, clan management is very limited. Clan leaders and their officers has very minimal tools to track anything related to the clan. Are there maybe plans for clan stashes or more opportunities for clans to actually be able to, share?
Yeah, we'd love to add more social options and in particular clan management tools, more cool things for clans to do together, and that's something that we'll have more to share on in the future.
Yeah, they didn't say exactly what, but the Uber Uniques are going to be drop rates turned up, they said, for season 2, and you can target farm them. We don't know exactly what it is, but they said people are going to find them.
There was a lot of feedback where players would receive platinum, and then they wouldn't be able to actually end up using that platinum to be able to grab something from the shop. You will be able to use platinum from the Battle Pass this season, because there's going to be options now that will meet that specific amount. So players will have some options available to them from that.
A shop question, I'm not too concerned about that one.
Bicepulus? Look, I pronounced it right. How many, proud of myself, how many uniques will you add every season? Any news on set items?
So no news on set items just yet. So in terms of the number of uniques we're adding every season, we've been sticking to around 6 so far. There are more than 6 as part of season 2. So we'll talk more about that. I believe in the blog we talk about some of these numbers. But yeah, I think there's more than, I think there's 12 uniques in season 2 right now. Yeah. We'll be continuing to evaluate these counts as we go, but now that there's ways for players to farm these things, we're excited about trying to find more opportunities to inject some of them. But we also want to continue to add new legendary aspects as well, and more ways to kind of create that build and kind of earn it more, before you hit World Tier 3, right?
Yeah, and in general, season 2 is represented. We think that there should be more in a season, and season 2 is representative of that direction.
Yeah. Question from Fletchy. Good name, not biased at all. How is Duriel going to compare to Echo of Lilith regarding difficulty?
Yeah, that's a really good question, actually. So Echo of Lilith is our pinnacle challenge boss. She is very, very difficult. And we've made some adjustments to her to make her a little bit easier for players of different builds to take down, which I think you've seen some of those changes even during the course of Season 1. But in Season 2, Duriel is designed not to be at that same level of difficulty. He is a little bit easier because you can use all the materials to go and fight Duriel, and you could fail. Right, so we want to make sure that if you have gotten your build together and you know the fight really well and you've got the proper amount of poison resist, which I recommend, that's going to make it a little bit easier to engage with overall versus the hard mechanical challenge that Lilith poses kind of separately. So Duriel is going to be less difficult overall to overcome than Uber Lilith in this way.
I'm going to try to combine 2 questions into one here because I think they're pretty pretty similar in terms of, or at least we can talk about them both together. Team Loose Leaf asks, will the 5 new bosses you target farm be a permanent addition after season 2? Don't answer that yet.
Oh,
you already did. But we can. Thanks, Joe.
You have to say it before.
I did. I was saying I was going to come back to it. And then now I can't even find the other question, but it was related to. Oh, here it is. Fat Teppy says, "Do you guys have any plans for Eternal Realm content, something permanent that isn't just seasonal?" Which I do want to note because Joe just mentioned. Yes, the boss ladder items that we were just talking about will be going beyond season 2, and then they also will be part of the Eternal Realm day 1 with season 2. So even Eternal Realm characters will be able to partake in farming those specific bosses.
And the items,
and the items themselves. So.
And yeah, the other side of that is just so we're going to be adding more content to the Eternal Realm beyond just these bosses. Yeah. You know, when we talk about when we showed the chart of the content types before, and, oh wow, it's already ready, already prompted. When we showed these things out before, once again, as a reminder, we do see that there's a lot of space in here for players in Eternal Realm and in Seasons to go and engage with different kinds of content at different points in progression. So we are excited about trying to provide more of those opportunities as we kind of continue on in development for Diablo 4. It's part of making the game better.
Yeah, quick cat. I seen a few questions about like crashing and stuff. Personally, when I play D4, I never have any crashes, so I don't know if it's certain people's issues or something.
To craft specific nightmare dungeon keys rather than crafting over and over to get a specific dungeon.
Yes, we are still kind of talking about how we want players to engage in nightmare dungeons and what makes it most fun for them. So we're in constant conversations, and we're looking at gameplay and analytics, and also just general player feedback. And we're taking all of these things into account. So it is one of the things that we're thinking about.
All right. Question from Digital Wizard 91 regarding endgame boss mechanics. Is there any visual improvements to the readability of their attacks compared to other bosses or other encounters that we've had in the past?
Yes, there have been.
Yeah, I think I know we showed really brief.
We showed some of the stuff.
Yeah, I definitely don't play at 4K, so it could be maybe something with that. I've crashed a few times, but it's not very often. I don't play a ton anymore, so it's been a while too. But
you can, at least with Gregor, you can kind of see some of his mechanics that are in play there regarding the tiles, and you can clearly see where they're going to be hitting when encountering this specific boss. So yeah, there are some changes for sure on that. BR Bulbul. Are you going to be able to save builds to a wardrobe like Diablo 3 potentially in the future?
Oh, builds, yeah, like you can with transmogs right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is something that we'd like to add in the future.
Okay.
And then
you said that on stream before, actually. Now that I think about
It continues to be true.
Yeah, it continues to be true.
Has not changed. Is there any plans for this from Intrepid Gamer? Are there any plans for adding a trade interface where players aren't having to actually use other third-party tools, like going over Discord or something like that to potentially find opportunities to find other users that might have that?
Yeah, there's some light functionality baked into trade chat right now, but I think we're really, as part of the season, with the material trains can be available for players to use to summon the bosses. I think we're starting to see players begin to stress the systems that we have, and based on their feedback, it's going to advise a lot of how we want to think about trading in the future for Diablo 4.
Yeah.
So that's going to tell us about UI UX enhancements we want to make, and just general improvements to the the kinds of things you can trade, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Arcadium OW says, previously the idea of permanently upgrading our Codex of Power with extracted aspects was discussed. Are you guys still interested or looking into this?
We want to make the Codex of Power better in ways like that, and we'll have more to share on that in the future.
It's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of people chiming in specifically in chat about things like leaderboards, which we've already talked about. That is actually
You notice Mike said interesting idea, and the last time when they said oh, that's coming on 10/10, wink wink, and he didn't really say that, Mike also said interesting idea about your aspects that you extract going into a Codex of Power type area. Could be nothing, but
use of it, and see if I bought it before.
We're getting it on 10/10.
don't need to buy the game again on Steam. It's your choice. If you prefer to play on Steam, you can. Or sorry, let me clarify. You do need to buy the game again on Steam if you want to play it on Steam. But if you already have the game, of course, you have the option of playing it on the other platforms, specifically from that front. There's some people that prefer to purchase games on Steam and have it available there. So they have that option now, starting with Season 2 on October 17th, when the game becomes available on Steam. So. Trying to think here. I've now lost track of where I was because I was going down a list. Legolas Puppy again has another question. Diablo, or at Diablo, is there any changes plans for glyph experience cap, removing or increasing the level cap on glyphs? Will give us more reasons to run Nightmare Dungeons on repeat.
Yeah, I kind of answered this a little bit before. So we are looking at ways to make sure the players feel like they've got good progression opportunities once they reach like level 100.
The long live stream, Cody B. Long live stream, and they got a whole nother 2-hour one for all the changes, right?
Yeah. But we are definitely aware of the interest in that particular solution, for example.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about the changes in Season 2 that relate to leveling up to 100. And a natural consequence of this is that more players are going to reach 100.
Yep.
And that means they need content to do. And that's something that we're spending a lot of time thinking about.
I'm not sure there, Nicholas, with Energy Shield Sorceress. Maybe check out some of my live streams, my past ones, when the season started, and see what I was doing, I guess.
Item power, rare items, or just Uber uniques?
No, the items that drop from Uber Duriel at that stage are not going to always be, like the rare items won't always be 920 eye power. They're going to follow the same range as if we were a level 100 monster. So there's still a 75 eye power swing on the rare item drops from Uber Duriel, or the Duriel, the King of Maggots, right? So that's really more the focus there. The unique items obviously will have a much tighter range than the 75 eye power swing of rare items, but the Uber uniques will always be at 920. But rare items, no.
I think Uber uniques are 920.
Range. If you want to get a tighter range on rare items, then you can maybe potentially think about going and hitting Nightmare Dungeons of a higher eye power range.
Maybe.
Because then, or a higher level range, because then you're going to start having the eye power min of the rare range start to go higher and higher with every new monster level that you fight.
Or he's mistaken and no one's correcting him.
A lot of questions about loot filters. Don't know if there's any plans or discussions regarding loot filters that you guys want to talk about.
I'll just acknowledge that being able to filter your loot is part of ARPG that many players enjoy, and we have heard that feedback, and it's something that we're exploring right now.
Oh, well, exploring. There you go.
And then, let's see, there is a question from Misfit Dio, which is, will Nightmare Sigils rotate within the season, or will it be the same dungeons for the whole season?
It's going to remain the same set of dungeons for the season in the current format. You know, we can talk about what rotating them more frequently would feel like. It would mean invalidating keys after a period of time, you know, or having a smaller selection of dungeons overall that rotates more regularly. But right now, we've really focused on making sure that we've got, you know, the set of like 25 really exciting Nightmare Dungeons to engage with the season.
Yeah. All right, and we'll do one more question here, which is, actually, you know what, I know it's a question that a lot of people are talking about, which is stash tabs. And because obviously we have changes here for Season 2 that address a lot of inventory related concerns. Are there any plans for additional stash tabs in the future or anything to discuss today?
I don't have any announcements on additional stash tabs, but what I can say is that we recognize that there continues to be a need, and that there will continue to be a need for more improvements to being able to store items. That's just players. It's an RPG. Players want to store a lot of items, and we're going to continue to make improvements in this area. You've seen some of them here today in Season 2, and we're going to continue to work on this.
Awesome. So took a bunch of questions here, and you know, we went through all the Season 2, Season of Blood changes, or new Season of Blood mechanics that are going to be coming for players on October 17th. Again, Season 1, which is Season of the Malignant, actually ends on October 17th.
Super quick, anybody who didn't know that actually, because I'm a Diablo partner, they're actually supposed to be rating my channel, a YouTube redirect or whatever here when they're done with the live stream here. So there might be a few thousand extra people in here. So just letting everybody know.
On the 17th. So if you guys want to like
pretty exciting
schedules or anything like that, you have that ability of being able to do so now. So we will actually be back here again for a campfire chat on October 10th with Mr. Adam Jackson, who will be going over all the class changes, class balance changes, class updates, as again, the resistance updates that are coming in within the game, along with the damage bucket updates for vulnerable over.
Now, Grindy, you're going to have to get to work.
Critical strike damage updates that are coming, plus unique item updates that we are going to be covering off. Of course, we'll have a Q&A associated with that. So there's a lot to talk about on the 10th as well. And I will note that we do plan on having patch notes available on the 10th immediately after that stream, so people can read through what is currently 41 pages of patch notes.
It's more just warning, like I'm probably going to miss a billion comments, so just an unfortunate part of it, but I'm just letting you guys know.
But yeah.
No, it does not.
Guys, for joining us. Again, Season 2 is October 17th, and again, Diablo 4 will now be available on Steam. You can wishlist that now, and it will be available with Season 2 when it arrives.
Maybe.
We have a lot to talk about on the 10th, and to talk about 121 on the 10th as well.
right.
Sorry, forgot about that. Our future plans with Season 2, and of course, more to talk at BlizzCon. So thank you guys again from the whole Diablo 4 team here at Blizzard. Appreciate you guys joining in, and we'll see you next week for the October 10th stream. Have a good one.
Thank you for playing.
Thanks.
Alrighty. Well, there we go, huh? I mean, there was a lot there, I feel. A lot of, I know not everyone's going to be happy, obviously, like, but, and there's a whole nother stream, guys. Don't forget that. Make sure you guys keep that in mind. They said itemization's coming in the next one, and stuff like that, so. Galback doesn't know how to mod, come on. Galback made it back in. Yeah, we'll see if I got it set up right, huh? So, I mean, pretty much everything there was stuff that people asked for, so did they make it the best game ever made? I mean, that's up to you guys to decide, I guess. I think it's all stuff that is improvements, so I definitely think it's all improvements. Only have 5 minutes now. Yeah, I get it, Yash. The important streams next week. I mean, important stream next week. I mean, I don't know. I think this was important stuff, right? I think it was important stuff. I don't know. I guess that's a matter of opinion, but there's going to be more stuff next week, obviously. That's going to be huge stuff. So I'm just going to go ahead and slam that down. You know what we got to do? We got to get Sweet Pill's tunage rocking. That's what we got to get. So we'll get that fired up, and in the spirit, I'll maybe I'll hit D4 here for a minute, just for a little bit. So get her fired up here. I haven't fired it up in a few days at minimum. So what do you guys think? Can we buy D2R on Steam? I think, isn't D2R on Steam? Go D2R. Yeah. I was hopping on D4 for a quick minute here. So, firing it up. I was thinking about just jumping to Eternal Realm character right here. Damn. So looks like it fired through. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Sweet Bill, by the way. We're just chatting a little bit with what's going on with the changes and stuff like that. Feel free to hit the comments with anything that you want to see, and subscribe up, of course, obviously. Let's go ahead and grab the window capture real quick. And rock and roll this right here. And hit the like button, yeah. There you go. See what are we rocking over here? You gotta get one of the potions rocking, and we gotta get, I don't even know, reduce cooldown and kill. Sure, why not? Hype. Were there any trading updates, Fraser? There no trading updates. So there is a whole nother stream, but I don't think there was really any trading updates that I heard of or anything like that, so yeah. So yeah, just a quick shout out to anybody new seeing me right now for the first time. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe up, you know, YouTube stuff. But primarily I'm a Diablo 2 Resurrected content creator, but I also dabble around in all the other Diablo games and stuff, right? So, oh, and Jonathan, hype for some gifted Slayer ships. Ooh. For some of the new people up in here. There we go. Oh, hit the wrong buttons. And this shred druid, I know it's not the crazy bulwark exploding everything druid, but man, it really is fun. Really is fun. And this is not seasonal, so I don't have the hearts in here. Paragon point already. Seeing what with the filter thing, so this right here would be filtered out with one of the things that they mentioned. This would be filtered out right here, and there would be something dropped in its place, right? So they say anything about party size? I didn't see anything about party size. Did not see anything about party size. I'm gonna go ahead and I think I'm gonna change it to I have it usually set to subscriber only chat. Maybe we'll go ahead and where is this at? I never changed this stuff. We'll go ahead and we'll leave her at that, I guess, actually. Auto salvage on drop, basically. Yeah, I guess that is pretty much what it means. Once again, thank you so much. Oh, G-Stacks come through with gift and 5 memberships now. Jeez. Thank you so much, G-Stacks. Absolute legend. Oh, I was not paying attention. Almost died instantly. Almost died instantly. Mr. Flawless. The Matthew McConaughey quote. Where's the wait, they're coming through the door, but the door is closed. Okay, door is actually not closed. Psych. Uh-oh, locked up. See, there's that perpetual that's one of the things they were changing too, when you're perpetually locked up there, and I didn't have unstoppable for a second. That's another thing that they said they were changing too, right? When you get froze and then you get frozen. No, I wasn't frozen there, it was a stun lock, but perpetually stun locked, right? Always chat's fault, right? There you go. You see, it's hard to see under... I should turn these damage numbers off. I had them on for the other thing, but under all the damage numbers and all the vulnerables and stuff, you can't see that one guy wind up to Freezy and stuff, so... kind of happens once in a while, right? Cody B, no Twitch chat today. No Twitch chat. That crap cost you a keyboard before? Nice. Yeah, it's pretty annoying. There was one day, I don't know if you guys ever had those cold enchanted snakes that would just like stab you crazy fast. I think they already corrected that one actually, but I got froze up on that in one of the capstone dungeons, I think, like over and over, and I had to get past this guy, and it was crazy. It's crazy. Sir Fox says, let's go Phil! Appreciate you, Sir Fox. Absolute legend. After season 2 comes out, will I still be able to play through season 1 at your own pace? No, I think season 1's gonna be just gonna be Dunzo. So, with that explodey guy, I didn't see him at first. Almost got me good. I think season 1 will be gone. Those characters will transfer over to the Eternal Realm. So season 1 will just be gone, right? Legal Herb says the overpowered numbers from Blood Surge. Oh, I missed this guy up here. Yeah, there you go. Daniel says do another thing with Iceman. Maybe. I've been wanting to. I just gotta find I gotta make the time, I guess you could say. Open. Dang it. You guys get away from me. Can I please just let this guy out of his cage? Need more hype. Thank you so much, Jonathan R. You, also legend, gifting 5 Slayer ships to some fine demon slayers out there. Thank you so much. John, you think D4 boring to watch? It depends. It depends. Oh, see, I'm getting locked up with this guy again. That's you know, your opinion or whatever. I think, see, the thing with D4, I can give you my honest opinion. Like I said before, I rated it 5 out of 10. Okay. I play it a few hours a day. I've been playing way more D2, obviously, as I'm froze up again. Barely got out of there. You gotta watch out for that guy. When these guys are around, you almost gotta dive in and out. You gotta dive in and out not to get caught. Oh, one of them froze me up again. See, that one's what gets you. He's about to save that grizzly rage for when he's ready to do that to you. Johnny Boy working on a single player smiter. Nice, yeah. Get some torches on single player for D2R we're talking about. Nice. Morgan says the stun spam way too much. Morgan S. Yeah, they did say they were correcting some of that for the next season changes in that live stream. So by correcting, I think, how did they say they were correcting that now? I can't remember the way they worded it. Did they say they were shortening the maximum CC time? I believe is what it was. So hopefully that can alleviate that problem. Hoping for the best there. Okay, now get out of here. Douglas, like this man's video. Yeah, appreciate you. Don't forget, yeah, hit the like button and subscribe up, my dudes. My dudes. Feeding pit key. All right, how do we get out of here? There we go. Got the key to the door now, finally. Yeah, I got a raid from the raid. It's called some redirect on YouTube, but from the D4 dev live stream. So they pushed a bunch of D4 viewers over this way. We were rocking this out for a little bit, and yeah, if any of the people didn't catch that when I said at the start, any of the people coming over from the D4 dev live stream, I am primarily a Diablo 2 player, Diablo 2 content creator. Obviously played a lot of D4 when it launched, and I'll definitely be playing each season, you know, making some content on that too and stuff like that. So make sure you subscribe up. Oop, oop, come on. Forget that. I don't need to go after that little portal. 5 away from 300 likes. Nice. Love to hear it. Maybe 5 of you fine gentlemen can slap that like button for me and get over that little hurdle. Be great. Much appreciated also everyone who did. The enemies are all reskins. I mean, that's not super uncommon for these kind of games, right? I mean, like in Diablo 2, how did they get the monsters for Act 5, right? Most of them are just reskins of stuff from other places in the game. So, I mean, that's not... I mean, didn't they made a joke about that in Grandma's Boy too, right? Remember the movie Grandma's Boy? I know how we can save money. Why don't we just, we should just reskin these monsters. Like, that's a great idea. You just save the day. Tell them about Wisp, about me never finding a Wisp somehow, over and over again. Boy, this build's so sick. I just love how it flies around super fast. I don't like that. Fire explosions. Oop, didn't mean to. I was trying to read chat, got stuck in a corner. Thanks a lot, chat. Yeah, a lot of games are just reskins. Yeah, I mean, a lot of games take advantage of that. It's just, it saves a ton. And I mean, plus, aren't they supposed to be like vampiric? Like when someone becomes a vampire or something becomes a vampire, it kind of looks like just like lore-wise, that makes sense, right? Doesn't it? Kind of. Gosh, this guy's strong because you get vampirized, vampiric, and then yeah, you still look kind of the same, right? Sort of makes sense. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Ah. Completed. I didn't go half the way. Oh, another one of those guys. This one I never found originally. And then when I think they turned up these drop rates, right? Perfect roll on the power too. Look at that, fellas. 6 claw, 150 storm strike, 800 power. That's good, right? That's good, right? If I ever wanted to rock and roll that, huh? Level that up to 15. Yeah, free champion right here. Well, this guy's got some strength to him. Did I not? Okay. We'll hit another one. What do we got? What do we got here? 28, 30. I forget the math equation here. So we're 78. These ones are too low now, right? I don't know, we'll rock one, whatever. Yeah, I mean, we could rock some, but I don't know. To be honest, it's so annoying to like in D4 to like party up with people the way that, because you can't just like, hey, join my game, you know, you gotta like be in the clan or in the party and then like party up with people, and then it's just, I don't know. I wish they just had games like in D2, right? And then it's anybody could join. It's just so much more convenient, right? Top secret. Whoa, what's going on, my dude? Oh, I did it again. Need to make 2-0 as well. I just noticed his name's Printer. Yeah. Better believe it. Better believe it. Yeah, top secret. Yeah, I got a raid. It's not called a raid on YouTube, but a raid from the dev live stream. So bunch of new Slayers up in the joint. Appreciate y'all joining me as well. Feel free to hop in the chat, ask anything you want. I try to catch as many comments as possible. As you guys probably well aware, it's tough to catch every single one, especially with 1,000 people in here, but I do my best. Woo. Ooh, these guys are tough. Wow, that guy's ready to wallop me again. That's the one that gets you. You gotta like run away from it because he'll permanently CC if you stand there and take it. Oh, Brian coming with the hype. Where's Tiny Cat, Doom Scoot, and Wicked Plumber at? Ah, they're probably around somewhere. They're around somewhere. So we'll rock this. I'm gonna rock probably a few of these nightmare dungeons real quick. Just kind of get back into it. We can chat a little bit about the D4 stuff. If anybody wants to shoot some questions or comments here, and I'll probably hop into some of that good old D2R here in a little while, a little bit. Not sure what I'm gonna rock today though, because my barbarian I didn't get. You know, we got rushed through or whatever, but I still gotta like level, right? So I may just do some. I may just do some of the sorceress gameplay today, maybe. Top Secret said you're busy, missed the live stream. Quite a bit of stuff in there, yeah, and it's only like half the stuff because they got the whole another live stream on 10/10. There's another dev live stream, so that they said was going to be talking more about itemization changes. So I feel like a lot of people are excited / hyped about that. See what exactly that all entails and whatnot. Jordan said he's gonna head home, play some D2R here. Head home from work. Nice. Best game ever made, right? Yeah. Favorite D4 character to play? Probably this one right here. This is the one I've played the most because I had the most fun with it or whatever. But I will be honest, I haven't played a ton of the Sorcerer or the. I played Sorcerer a ton in the betas and stuff, and I wanted to play something like a little different. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Thinking. Wheels are turning up here. But yeah, ever since I played the Shred Druid, I just was like, man, this is the fun one, right? Zipping around, get my stuff up here. It was cooler when you could have like permanent uptime on Grizzly Rage, but still sick. Like, how awesome is that, right? It's zipping around like that. I should have waited on the Grizzly Rage because now I'm going to not have it for 10 more seconds here. There we go. Got hit pretty good there. Woo. Wait, what? AK says D2R is legit garbage. What? AK, what's going on over here? What? Am I gonna be playing season 2? I'll definitely give it a whirl when the season launches for sure, 100%. Whether I play it for, a few days, whether I play it for a week, a few weeks, remains to be seen. We'll just see what I'm having fun doing or whatever, right? So. Okay if for anyone I want to play. I mean, sure, Flawless. Yeah, you can. I mean, you can. If you want to shoot your battle tag publicly out to everybody in stream, I guess you can go ahead and do that. It's fine by me, I guess. Don't like spam the chat or anything, but that's cool. Jordan's gonna go Sorceress or Rogue for season 2. Yeah, well, never really crossed my mind what I wanted to do in regards to that right there. So. Maybe I'll do something like, maybe I'll do Sorceress too, maybe, since I've done Druid here and Rogue already, so. Jimmy H says, D2R amazing. Best game ever made, right? Best game ever made. Should set items be introduced into D4? I'm not really big on set items, personally. I know set items were a big thing in Diablo 3. So, yeah, I guess I'm indifferent to it. Let me get that there. What was the? Oh, not the right button. I forgot. Yeah, it's like a worthless one right there after shapeshifting because I never shapeshift, so won't be getting that one. Am I gonna upload a recap? A recap, maybe. I might. There is obviously gonna be the blog post that's probably out already. They usually put the blog post. Oh man, that's one thing they said they were correcting too. When you do something like me, where you don't see this off to the, well, I mean, I guess that I should have seen off to the side. That's my own fault. But sometimes, like, if you make a wrong turn, you'll end up like really far away from where you need to get and backtrack. So they're gonna be fixing that. So. Matthew said he's going to be spamming Countess to make, get an Istaroon to make CTA today. Nice. Nice. Almost 1K. Yeah. I got anyone who didn't know, I got a raid, aka stream redirect from the dev live stream for. And of course, that's part of. If anyone didn't know, I'm part of the Diablo partner program. So I'm surprised the question hasn't come in yet. I originally had rated D4 a 5 out of 10. Okay, I play it once in a while. You know, I bought the game, super mega hype. I originally rated it a 5 out of 10, and we'll have to see. I think I'm not going to say it is yet because I want to get my hands on it, obviously. But I think this is going to make the game better for sure. I think these changes are going to make the game better, no doubt. Well, I guess there's only a little doubt, since I said that I wasn't going to commit to raising the rating yet, but just got to make sure, right? Just got to make sure. $1,000 chaos runs versus 1,000 nightmare dungeon runs. What's the difference? The main difference is like the D2 itemization, really. Because yeah, if anybody knows, or let's see, where did that come from? Yeah, Jason, you probably know, right? So I'm not really a leveler. Like, I don't care about getting to 99 in D2R. I don't care about getting to 100 in D4. I'm all about like them hype items dropping, you know. When you see that Shaco drop, and it's such an iconic item. When a unique Shaco drops, nobody even calls it the Harlequin's Crest. Everyone calls it a Shaco because it's so hype. Because you see that base drop and you know exactly what it is. That's a great thing. You see that unique, you know, the grandfather, like the super hype, the high ruins, you know, super hype. Pants, another unique. What are these ones? Temerity or something? Where'd they go? Right here? Yeah, Temerity. Bad roll on it. Let me compare some of this stuff. And this is one thing I don't know. I don't think it's gonna change. I think the way they have it's gonna stay the way it is. But having to like look through all this stuff to see if one thing is like 2% better, you know, can kind of be a little bit of a hassle, I guess you'd call it. Oh, yeah. Shaco hat, exactly. Shaco hat. I mean, the other ring I got's pretty good, right? Crit strike, crit chance. Barrier, though. Man, if that was like something else. Crit strike damage while in werewolf. I mean, that's almost an upgrade. I mean, it's only sacred. Gets me every time. I pick it up for the aspect just to check it, and it's. I should have sorted this already. So all these helmets are going to be too low a power. 756. I mean, that is an almost perfect rolled crown, right? At least for the aspect that's got the 6 to claw, but I don't really do claw. But we'll hang on to it just for cool factor here. Don't use the two-handed ones. No. More armor on there, right, fellas? Oh, there's a perfect roll on the critical strike scan movement speed. Maybe I want to keep that one. I don't feel like looking through that stuff. Hit over by the tree. What? Matthew got Cham low Ja Ohm yesterday. What? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm part of D4, so I didn't mention your chat. Ja Gonzag. I'm not sure what that one means. I don't know. The only thing, if you're referring to, if your comment was something like D4 bad, I probably didn't read it, just because like every third comment was talking about, was somebody saying D4 bad. So if it was something like that, I just kind of skipped those comments. So my apologies, but yeah, I can only read them the first like 150, 200 times of that comment, and then it's just like, why bother, right? I don't know if that's really what your comment was, but I'm just FYI. That's where a loot filter could make a life easier. Yeah. Well, that's what they didn't. They're not like, and they did actually talk about something like this too to alleviate that, I suppose. Actually, what's my gold at over here? 40 mil. Yeah, I'll go ahead and not adding a loot filter, but those lower level items won't really drop. So it's like not fully as good as what a loot filter would do for you, which is what everybody would want, right? I suppose, but sure. Oh hi, we only got up to 31 death pulse. Sure. So it's not as good, but let's get in here. Yeah, loot filter would be, in my opinion, too, Rig, the ultimate fix of that, right? So, Mashif's wife. Got him, Jonathan. Yeah. Something about the D2 item system says Sir Fox that makes the hunt so much more satisfying. I do agree with you there. D2R itemization, item system, god tier, for sure. GG. Godly gear. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I would say, yeah, if I had my preference, if they just like carbon copied the D2R loot system for D4, that'd be the sickest thing, right? But I don't see that happening. They're trying to thread the needle with the, you know, they want everybody to like the game, right? D2 people, D3 people. So it looks like they, well, items. I'm trying to think if they would have, if we would consider the itemization to be more like D3, because really in D3 it's all about sets, right? Sets, and then they don't have sets in D4. So they tried to come up with their own like system, right? It seems. I think. Steve Fox's good luck, have fun. I appreciate it. I don't need to worry about that blood blister. It's not gonna hurt me at all anyways. Oopsie. Whoa. I'm trying to read chat, getting slaughtered over here. Thanks a lot, chat. Just joking. Just joking, like usual. Go ahead and get my energy back up. Let's see where we're here. I think it's beyond weird that Diablo 4 has no magic find. It's disappointing, I would say, since magic finding is my most important thing. And then I did see another comment, which in context to your comment makes way more sense now, that prioritizing like magic find or like, yeah, or kill speed to get experience, like that's another trade-off you can make, which I do like in D2 for sure. So I didn't get it all. Where did I miss? Oh, off to the side here. So yeah, I mean, obviously me being a magic finder, I agree with you there too. So give us charms. I don't know, charms. I don't know. I guess I'm indifferent to that slightly. I do like charms in D2, but I'm not sure, like necessary or whatever. Maybe I'll say not high on my priority list, I guess you could say. So. Did I get enough? Yeah. Okay. D3 doesn't have MF either, says Jonathan up here a minute ago. Sorry, I'm trying to get to the comments as I can here. I'm try my best. Jonathan says, out of all Diablo games, D2 is the only one that has Magic Find. Well, I guess that's why it's the best one ever made, right? Best ever made. I think Jeezy Baby's coming up here. The wolf fowl. Ow! I don't hold a candle to a Sir Fox owl though, for sure. Not a candle. Oop. Where'd MF go? It's the thing that keeps people playing D2 in the trading community. Oof. Yeah, and that's another thing too. Obviously, I mean, most people kind of agree with this, I think. But everyone kind of wants trading, right? But they, so far, have not seemed willing to do that. I obviously have no insider knowledge or anything on that kind of thing, but it doesn't seem like they have any desire to do that, really. There's a whole nother live stream, though. You never know. Could happen, fellas. You gotta keep your mind open, right? But, yeah. Jason M up here a minute ago said how the item scale is kind of like D3, how it slowly scales up with you is like D3, but yeah, no sets. Yeah, I haven't played Diablo 3 in many moons. That's the first like month or two. Herb wants real money trading. I don't know about that one. Hard pass for me. But yeah, I don't know. Do you think maybe we'll do impromptu little just like verbal, or just put it in chat what you guys think. Is there anybody in here, or here, we don't need to necessarily everybody. Well, yeah, go, okay. Would you want trading in D4? Just go ahead, just hit with a yes or no real quick. Yes, you want trading. No, you don't. You wouldn't want trading. I have a sense that, and I don't want to sway anybody, but that almost everybody would say they would prefer to have trading in D4. So yes for wanting trading, and no for not wanting trading. No, I don't want trading. Flawless said it'd be sweet if we could play offline D4. Yeah, offline also. Yeah, that'd be cool for sure. But yes, don't care. Yes. Yeah, it's kind of what I had a feeling, obviously. So there's not really the trading, yes, real money transaction, no. Yeah, I mean, preferred, no. The thing is if you have trading, so people are going to find a way to do it. But yeah, you don't want like auction house D3 style or anything. Or like Blizzard Cash Shop, which I do not think they would ever contemplate doing that, but you know. Because yeah, if you have me being able to give you an item, and someone else like PayPal somebody, it's gonna happen. So I think that's hard pass. Well, maybe there's a lot of monsters that come when you do this, right? Yeah, I would prefer no real money transactions. Obviously, you want to stop that stuff, right? But I mean, you do what you can do. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have trading in the game to kind of fight that as it comes up. Like, but yeah, try to eliminate that as best as you can. You know, battle against it, but knowing that it's never going to be 100%. But trying to get it 100% though. Gone. So yeah, out of everybody in here that said something, the only thing was one person said they're kind of indifferent to it. They don't care. Not one person was like, no, we need to keep trading out of D4. So woohoo, getting toasty over here. I have to finish clearing this before I look back at chat again. Cat's gonna kill me. Ah, how can I hit him? Oh, he's dead already. Just standing there wobbling. This guy's invincible, at least that's good. What? Oops. Guess I wasn't paying enough attention, huh? Let's see, okay, where we're Hakan says D3 was only bad because itemization was horrible at the time. Talking about like the launch. I don't know. I got so traumatized by the D3 launch that not literally traumatized, I'm exaggerating, but the D3 launch was such a disaster that and then after playing through and getting to the end, and then there was like the unicorn level, and I was just like, oh my gosh, like, okay, this game was not made for me, you know. So ooh, okay, save that. Yeah, I did hear Jason M down here said, yeah, D3 got a lot funner, a lot more fun with Reaper Souls and a lot of other updates, I suppose. So trading is an important part of MMOs, says John Vegas. D4 is an MMO. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a huge MMO fan, so I'm not sure. But I mean, in D2R and in Diablo 2, it's very, very, very awesome. So, anyone got a Monarch on seasonal? I actually have one. Oh, I forgot to. Did I do it? I didn't do a giveaway the other day. We'll do the giveaway later today, maybe. I actually have a Monarch. I found a couple of them so far, so I was gonna give the other ones away or whatever. But anything to kill D2 JSP, says Rig said is okay with him. Anything to get rid of D2 JSP, yeah. Yeah, because technically on D2 JSP, if you can buy the gold with real money, so I wonder if D2 JSP would function if you couldn't buy the gold with real money at any point. Like, it was literally impossible. Okay, let's see if I can catch up super quick on some of these. Let's see. Oh yeah, I did see, Jonathan, there is a cow level in D3. Yeah, I did see that. I made a video at some point kind of talking about it. I want to keep this, and maybe we'll go through that stuff in the stash, perhaps. 779. Oh man, what's that cooldown roll, bruh? Another rough cooldown roll. Don't need any of those. No good, and Grizzly Rage increased by 3 seconds. No good again. We'll sell him this time. Caliber said he actually liked the initial playthrough of D3 more than D4. Interesting. Okay. I definitely did not, but yeah, to each their own. I actually really enjoyed the D4 playthrough, but that was kind of, I enjoyed it less, a little bit less after that. Rig said D4 lost, or D3 lost him when they killed Kane. Yeah, that was rough. That was a rough one, right? If someone wants to splurge on a 99% perfect whenever you can get a 90% perfect. Yeah, I'm definitely more than 90% perfect kind of guy personally. So we'll rock out. I'm gonna rock, you know, another dungeon or two here before I hop over to D2R here in a minute. So any OGs, whatever this one is, I guess. Want to see some of that D2R here in a second. Stick around. They could add a trading, no trading option, kind of like picking hardcore or not hardcore. Yeah, I mean that's like a solo self-found ladder and a regular ladder, right? That's an option. I'm not sure the full motivation behind why they don't have trading, so can't give a full answer or opinion, I guess, or whatever, but obviously most people don't really like real money buying items in games and stuff like that, so I know the main reason is to eliminate that, but zip, 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 zip. Is MFing a thing in D4? Not really. You just like kill stuff and hope things drop, right? You can't, there's not a huge rhyme or reason to it. But they are adding a little bit, not magic finding per se, but target farming stuff, because they don't have MF, they don't have magic find percentage in D4, right? But they said that the new act bosses are going to be increased rates for target farming, especially uber uniques, but other stuff as well. Like certain bosses will have their own loot tables. I guess kind of like almost like farming the Countess for runes. Like, you go to the Countess and you're going to find runes. Maybe not that drastic to where you find runes every time. You're not going to find a Shaco every time from Doriel or something, but someone else said it in chat too. I don't remember who said it, but almost like how we target farm an SOJ at Nightmare and Dariel because we know that Nightmare and Dariel has a better chance to drop it. They said they were going to add pretty much essentially like that. So you could find one right away, or maybe the luck goes the other way and it takes you forever to get one, you know? Like it would take you like 400 hours to find one eventually, but or you find one on the first run, kind of something like that. So are we happy or no? Well, this live stream, just so everybody knows too, I'm frozen. I'm stuck. I was just stuck and then I got froze. Nice. This live stream was like an hour and 45 minutes, I think it was. There's a whole nother live stream of more changes because they couldn't fit it all in one live stream. I would say they added a lot of good things. Not everybody is happy, obviously, you know how it goes, but they said itemization changes are coming in the next live stream. So everything that they did say they changed was good, I think. It wasn't like, oh God, what are they doing? Ah! So what? It was just a cursed, oh well, I'll do it, whatever. It was a cursed chest right into a cursed shrine. How about that? What is this game? What's going on, Saffron? My Little Pony Adventure, yeah. They had MF on dungeon modifiers for the first month or so before removing it, Daniel says. True story, true story. So, yeah, don't know the real reason behind that, so why they took that off, but they definitely did. But I mean, most of the D2 people, they want magic find on the gear, right? So like, ooh, should I take off these extra skills I got over here so I can get some better chance of finding good items, right? Or should I stack this over here for more kill speed, right? You gotta make those decisions. Conduit. Oop. Yeah, I think it was some good changes, personally. it's kind of a lot of stuff. How do I say this? A lot of stuff you kind of wish was in from the beginning, right? But they're getting to it now. So what are you gonna do? I guess. Do you think it's worth having a lot of magic find over kill speed? So if we're talking D2, the first like 100 is crazy important, right? Unless, because the first 100 is almost like a 1-to-1, like you almost double your chance to find good items. But yeah, if you're getting that first 100 magic find, but you're killing twice as slow, then really that magic find's not helping you, right? So. But yeah, the first 100, and then usually you can easily get like 200 magic find on almost every character and still wreck, so. Jonathan R says he thinks that these changes might bring some people back, but not keep them. Yeah, I mean, the thing is too, like, they've mentioned it before, and they literally said this, so I was kind of surprised that it's a seasonal game, and if you play the season and then when you don't want to play the season anymore, stop and you can go play other games. And they said that they're fine with that, so, you know, I think they kind of plan on it being a seasonal type game, so if you come back and then stop and come back for the next season, you know, it doesn't like keep people forever, I guess, you know, that they seem to be fine, like, you know, whatever, so. Ah, fire, ah, explosions. Biggest change to builds will be the Nightmare Dungeon objectives being removed. That is a pretty big one. Not having to go track down like wheels or whatever and stuff, right? That, like those objectives like that. Slay all monsters could be gone, right? All that stuff, so. Rig says, Baldur's Gate 3 was in beta for 3 years, huh? I did not know that. Yeah, that's a long time. I guess that's why, I mean, I haven't played it, but that everyone said it was really solid at launch. I mean, I guess that would be why, huh? Long time. Michael Hughes says he'll play at the beginning of the season, but if the itemization doesn't feel better, he probably won't play it very long. Yeah, and, you know, more power to you with that. I kind of agree, sort of, so. Oof, I'm frozen. I'm completely frozen. Unreal. What's up, babe? Okay, that's fine. Daughter come down to say, hey, what's up, fellas? Ooh. Where am I going here? I'm going the other way. Oh, little. Oh, Unicorn Little Pill. Oh, I forgot the name that we gave her. Forgot about that. Time to smash the keyboard? Nah. Phil dies all the time in these games, so. I'll tell you this, and you guys can choose to believe me if you don't. When I'm not streaming, I actually die way less in these games, so. But the sacrifices that I make for you guys, you know what I mean? The sacrifices. Gotta read that chat, right? Time to go hunting for those Grailers, says Sir Fox. Thanks for the great team. Appreciate you, my man. Sir Fox, the legend. Ooh. Thanks for joining the stream, my dude. What are you casting that makes the skills disappear off your bar? This Grizzly Rage, I can only use werewolf skills while I'm in Grizzly Rage, and technically these two are human skills. So this one is a werewolf skill. It says werewolf at the end there. This one says nature magic, nature magic. And I have something that turns Grizzly Rage into a werewolf skill, so that's why they disappear like that. So I cast them before I go into werewolf, like this, and then I go into werewolf so that I have my cyclone armor up and my hurricane up. And then when I just got stuck. Thanks a lot, chat. No, but yeah. And they stay up. Not quite. See, they're gone now. But yeah, I actually set this. I had this character. This is just Eternal Realm. I had this character set up before they made the changes to some of the stuff. So the Grizzly Rage used to be up all the time, but they changed that stuff now. So Daniel says he thinks today's changes will make the experience better for people still playing, but not convince people to return. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I agree with you. Obviously, generalized statements like that, you know, caveats, this and that, or whatever you want to say, but there's no monster in this. Okay, there you are. I think it'll bring some people back, but yeah, for the most... Oh my god, what's going on here? For the most part, yeah. We'll see what they say about the next stream. Supposed to be the itemization stuff, so there's a whole nother stream of changes that they've done to the game, and hopefully, yeah, we'll have to see. If everybody's happy after hearing the next live stream, right? Uh, 144060, nice. Yeah. I don't even know what my graphics settings are in the game right now. They're like medium or something. After I got my 4070 Ti, I think I started streaming in 1440, and then I was kind of bouncing back and forth. I was having some computer issues for a while because I'm not a computer expert, so I need a new CPU or a new, yeah. Well, I don't know, babe. Just don't use them right now because they're not mine. Those are mommy's. What did I get here? Did I see? Nah. Didn't mean to pick that up. Like 7 or something. Oh, these are all too low. No good. I mean, it's a perfect power. Increase critical strike while damaged. While you're healthy, you gain more crowd control duration. I don't really crowd control, but whatever. Maybe we'll hang out of that. Maybe we'll hang out of that. Best spot to farm a Cursed Shield. I mean, any Rune Word bases in D2 is usually, like, if you're thinking the most efficient, it's usually going to be cows, but I'm not a big cow farmer, personally. Let's rock. How high are we? We're getting up to a 34 here. Yeah, why not? I could die a few times, no big deal. Also the damned. What was on that one actually? Poison damage? Sure, I'm fine with that. What? Somebody changed their name to Nightbot. That's funny. How are you live? That's hilarious. What's going on, Nightbot? That's funny. Evan says D2 is where it's at from a minute ago, so I'm trying to catch up on some of these. Yeah, D2, best game ever made, no doubt, my friends. But I mean, just because D2 is the best game ever made You can always play other games too once in a while, right? I play D4 an hour or two every couple of days. Some people like Baldur's Gate, Last Epoch, all that kind of good stuff. I think it's dumb to play non-ladder. It's not dumb at all, really. I mean, right here I'm playing non-ladder right now. Actually, this is non-seasonal. This is the Eternal Realm on D4. Different than non-ladder on D2, obviously, but whatever you want to do. I primarily play single player, so like not playing on ladder is no big deal, right? That's the thing with video games. You do whatever makes you happy, for sure. For sure. No hardcore? No. I don't play hardcore. I don't play hardcore in any game, ever. I take that back. Once in a while I do on D2 just for the funsies, because people like watching it. Like once a year I'll do a hardcore playthrough or something. How's the fantasy team going? Ooh, fantasy team's going great. I got 3 different fantasy teams. Won with all of them last week like a boss. The only thing now is I have a problem where I have too many good players on all my teams because I drafted so good, and so it's like I guess I'm making some trades, right? But if I trade for anybody, it's like there's no upgrades because all my players are all the best ones in the league, right? So struggle's real. Boy, this is going crazy. I'm exaggerating. Whoa. I was getting all these archers, man. Archers, they're just as bad in D4. Just as bad in D4. Kyle said StarCraft, Diablo 2, Counter-Strike, his best ones, Metal Gear Solid, your favorite games of all time. Yeah, I'll be honest, the only ones of those that I play is D2. It's kind of funny. Ever get into RuneScape? Did not. No. Just, I don't know, at the time it seemed, and I'm not saying it is necessarily, but it seemed like it was, everyone I knew that played it, or had heard anyone who played it, it was like people a lot younger than I was at the time, so I just never got into it, I guess. Just no great reason. Whatever, we'll go this way. AK up here is a D4 fan, obviously. I cannot disagree more with you saying that D2 is not good, but everyone's entitled to their own wrong opinion. Just messing with the AK. But yeah, I definitely don't agree that D2 is hot garbage. First draft problems. Yeah, first one. I drafted too good. It kind of can be not a struggle, but annoying. Get annoying because you're like, who do I start? Like here we'll go with the league that I have. Oh man, I'm getting zapped around over here. I'm about to get killed again. The league that's the highest money, my $200 league, right? So my running backs in this team are, I got Aaron Jones, I got James Cook, I have Isaiah Pacheco, I have Zach Moss. Like, who am I got 4 guys, you know, with what's his name out, Jonathan Taylor. It's like, who do I start? So you play the matchups each week, but then of course last week I didn't play Pacheco, and then he got a bunch of points. Happens every week. Yeah, I actually don't have CMC anywhere. It turned out that way, but yeah. And then in the Slayers League, you know, with some of the viewers that I do a fantasy league with, my wide receiver crew is so insane on this team. So I got Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, Keenan Allen. Like, Good God. Like, at one point before this last week, it was 3 of the top 5 fantasy players, or fantasy wide receivers, I should say. It's like, holy smokes, killing it. We'll take him out, whatever. Boy, I hate these ones where you gotta backtrack. They need to take these out of the game. What's your list of your favorite games of all time? Ooh, favorite games of all time. We'll go Diablo 2's on there. I won't put them in order, but I can give you a list, I guess. Morrowind, Elder Scrolls Morrowind was so crazy good at the time, for sure. Probably... It's hard to pick between the Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 7, 8, and 9. They're all pretty dang good in my opinion. I mean, I played a ton of the Halos and Call of Duties and first-person shooters, I guess. Played Halo till Halo 3, and after that I kind of stopped. Call of Duties I stopped when Infinite Warfare came out, I think so. Guess that's the list I'll give you, right? Don't forget to pick up the kiddo. Yeah, actually I didn't have to today. I sent the oldest to go pick her up. That G-Stacks, it's too late. It's already that's an hour late, G-Stacks. Come on, you let me down. What kind of mod are you? Have to cut your pay or something. Cutting your pay in half. There's the real Nightbot. Unlike the fake Nightbot from a minute ago. I'm gonna be honest, it's kind of funny that someone changed their name and picture to Nightbot, so. Jimmy Hudson, yeah, talking about Nightmare Dungeons having Magic Find. They used to. For some reason, a month or 2 into the game, they got rid of that. I'm not sure why exactly, but they did. They used to have Magic Find on dungeons. I wonder why they did do that, actually. Yeah, I never knew. Never found out. Never heard. Probably Starfield. I've heard that. I mean, I thought about it, because it's like Elder Scrolls in space, right? Essentially. So. The only thing is those games take a lot of time, and I don't know that I have a lot of time to play other games, you know what I mean? So haven't seen this much pack of gum payment. You gotta work harder, G-Stacks. You ain't working hard enough. You don't come in here till late in the afternoon. No, I'll have to get some gum your way, my man. Get some gum your way. Woo! What? A giant bow just teleported? Get out of town. How does that happen? Oh, Emperine. So, yeah, I must have missed that. Emperine here says, instead of giving the Nightmare Dungeons having Magic Find, they gave that Magic Find to all dungeons all the time. Interesting. I guess I missed that update or whatever. Whenever they said that. Good to know. We're almost at 400 likes. What? Appreciate you. Make sure you guys slap that like button if you did not do so already. I know y'all are legends, and I'm sure you already did it, so don't even need to remind you. Just, oh, they're hiding behind the door. Come on, bro. That's not fair. Boy, the shock lance dude is strong. Step right into that one. Good job, Phil. Jonathan says Halo 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, man. Halo 1, system linking, carrying a giant tube TV around in the back of my truck to people's houses and stuff. I literally had a TV that I kept in my truck all the time. That's like how, like every weekend we were system linking. Like every weekend. Back in the day. And then back then it was so uncommon for people to have high-speed internet. But my dad was like a computer aficionado, I guess you could say. So we were like the only people that had high-speed internet at the time. So I would come to these Halo 2 system link parties and just wreck everybody. Because they didn't know, like, they're like, oh my gosh, how'd you get over there? And especially when it was like, how'd you get on top of that building? How did you just fly? You know, and I'm super bouncing and stuff in Halo 2. That was so sick. Flawless. Nightbot, stop taking your rollover. Stop telling people to hit the like button. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Just wrecked. Old school Halo 2 via USB. Interesting. Getting this one leveled up. Head over to the tree, get a drink of water. The same thing for I almost said Ian parties. I did the same thing for LAN parties when I was high school, says Jonathan. Yeah, we're probably around the same age then, yeah. Right around the age, like when you're in high school you can drive. You know, so there's like 2-3 years there, 16, 17, 18, when you could have been doing that. J-Rock got his hardcore druid what was that? To 84? Nice. Yeah, what are we at? We're at 395 right now on the likes. Appreciate you, gentlemen. Let's check this stuff real quick. I'm probably gonna go ahead and I think that'll be the last one. I'm gonna hop over to D2R now after this here. What do we got? 5 o'clock? Yeah, for a little bit. We can go for a little bit. Oh, the timing's perfect. I was barely muted. Guys. I knew I was muted. I muted for a little bit there. I was only talking for like 15 seconds where I was muted. When I was saying important things anyways. I was talking to my daughter there. Unicorn Little Phil. You're a schmuck. All right, let me get the properties. Boom, let's go. All right, how do you play this game again? Up to 400. Appreciate you, my fellas. Ooh. How do we get Phil prime time on a Wednesday? I had I don't know if you were in here earlier, but I got it's not called a raid, but a raid here on YouTube from the dev live stream. So I stuck around a little bit later, had some stuff set up too. I think I'm gonna go ahead and just rock some quick. I don't have a ton of time. I gotta, you know, I can't be on all night, right? But I think I'm just gonna rock some Magic Find here. So, or I mean, what do we got? What do we got? I'll do one right here. Let's see what the Terror Zone is. Let's see what the Terror Zone is. Jonathan R coming in with 5 gifted Slayer ships. Ooh. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Arcane Sanctuary. Oh my gosh, how sick. The only thing is, if a Tyros Might falls, I'm gonna be super mad. So yeah. Stillion. Does D2R need to have a cheaper respec cost? I would be fine with I mean, it's already pretty easy. I don't know if you want to respec all the time. It's going to be a problem, right? But I mean, you get 3 of them, and then at the end of the season, they give you a full complement of those 3 respecs again. Ooh. Oh, I didn't put my energy shield on again. Oof. Almost died in D2 already. Ah. Once again, Jonathan Ruiz, thank you so much for the 5 gifted Slayer ships. The thing is, if you want free respecs, PC D2 single player, there's unlimited free respecs on single player D2R. Ooh. Getting beat up over here. Holy smokes. Phil doesn't know how to play this game. Got your last name right? Of course, I know everything. A lot of people go with like Ruse or Ruiz. Maybe. I feel like I've seen it before. I've seen that name before somewhere. I butchered it before. No. That's not possible. Must have been hungover those days or something. I don't know. If Tyrios does drop, we can count it as long as it's not from a trade. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be mad, but because at this level, Terrorize 87, that means the champions are level 90, right? So the champions can, well, actually, they're all the regular monsters will be 88. So I think they can drop from here. Yeah. Can you ask your brother to warm up, please? Tell him I said to warm it up because it's dinner time. Sorry, little family matter I had to deal with real quick. I gotta remember where I'm playing and what I'm doing here too. I'm like passing gems and stuff because I forgot I'm playing on ladder right now. Where were we at here again? Wait, what? No, I think Flawless was just joking there. I think that was just a joke or something. We all good. We all good. Dinah says everyone should hit that like button. Yeah. Ooh. I think everyone has hit the like button by now, huh? Pretty sure everyone did. Oop, what do I got in here? 3-socket crystal sword. We'll hang out of that 5 Sith. No good. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, we'll be anyone wondering, we'll be back with the barb tomorrow for sure. We'll have to figure out, we'll get the barb leveled up and all that good stuff. And as soon as we get that barb leveled up good and I get it all figured out, we're gonna be hitting that trav, baby. Ooh. Ooh, Hurricane Armageddon Grizzly. Interesting. Sell it. I guess I don't really need. Wrong button. Good job, Phil. I'm sensing a high rune out here. I find so many high runes out at LK like, or out at Arcane like this. I'm sensing one. I'm sensing one. Yeah, who was up in here too, by the way? Someone was saying they just respected Nova and they couldn't do anything. They couldn't make anything work for them. Hopefully they're still up in here. I could shoot him a few tips here now that I got the character or whatnot. Sure, here we go. Yeah. Find another server room. There you go. Took the time to upgrade a pot. I mean, early on here, especially when I rushed people the other day, I used so many full rejuves. Crazy. Ooh, 140 or 444. That's pretty solid. That's pretty solid. I'm glad I had every single one of those pots the other day. A full 8-player Trav with the Nova Sorceress was not an easy task. And let's see, what else was... where did I use a lot? I think Trav was where I used most of them, I'm going to be honest. Trav was where I used most of them, I think. Then maybe Diablo Bale, obviously. But yeah. Calling a 6 MF small charm? I mean, that's quite the call. Hopefully I find something better than that. Hopefully. But glad we get a cool, at least a cool tear zone for my character anyways here. That's kind of neat. Fort Rune. Got me for a second. Got me for a second. Thought that was that Ohm. So, I don't know, anyone up in here, any New York Giants fans, perhaps? Wonder how do people feel about that Daniel Jones contract? I don't mean to talk crap, but boy, that guy is rough. Rough. That game on Monday was tough to watch, I'm gonna be honest. Tough to watch. Vanilla Vic. That I had heard that one before. He does run a little bit, and I've seen some of his runs. He really took off, I'm gonna be honest, but man, he just was sacked over and over. That line must just be straight trash. Vanilla Vic, yeah. Speaking of quarterbacks too, though, that's one spot where I definitely am lacking on my fantasy team. The big money league I'm in, unfortunately, I'm trying to decide between if I should start Stafford or Justin Fields. I thought Justin Fields was going to be better than this year, so. Riggs says they missed Mike White. Mike White was a quarterback for the Jets, wasn't he? I was talking back before. I was talking about the Giants and Daniel Jones. Oh, I just did it again. Tried to use my battle orders real quick. Funny. Yeah. Speaking of the Jets, though, we're tipping over that way real quick. What's his name? Did not look too bad in the last game. I don't believe. Zach Wilson. He didn't look too bad in the last game. Crazy enough. Boy, that's so unfortunate for like everybody on that team though too. Like anyone who drafted Wilson or Garrett Wilson or any of those people. Real rough. But yeah, Justin Fields, I don't know what I'm gonna do with him because I thought he was gonna be at least as good as he was last year, man. But some of the games he was running so much, putting up like 50, 60 point fantasy games and stuff. And then this year he's just not running as much. And obviously, who knows what they were playing Denver. He had a great game, but like, what does that mean, right? Start with Fields. You think I should start Fields going forward? I don't know. Tough challenge. Don't know what to do. Oop. Oh, fellas. Let's go, baby. Did anybody see what just happened? Did you see what I have summoned up from the depths of outer space here? Let's go. Bruh, I told you, I felt it. I sensed it. I sensed it. Good night, Jonathan, and thank you for gifting this burrow today. Better than a sir. Yeah. Arcane Sanctuary, fellas. Players 1 difficulty. Tower. Arcane Sanctuary. Let's go. Was that, I'm gonna pull up the video real quick. Hold on, was that off of a ghost or where's that clip at? Let's see. Boy, that's so unfortunate for like everybody on that team though too. Like anyone who drafted I don't know. Tough challenge. Let's see what this is. There's a bunch of ghosts around. Oh, the champion. Oh, I can't. How do you go frame by frame on this thing? I don't even know how. I can't tell if the champion ghost or not. Or is it a champion something else? What do you guys think? Just got off a work call. Nice. Is it a champion ghost? I can't tell. Oh, fellas. Go. That's nasty. Burroon giveaway? No, I'm just joking. I'm not gonna give it that way. Sorry, fellas. If it was later in season or something. If it was later in season. Jonathan said every time he says a high rune's coming, never works. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you have to say it more. If you just say a high rune's coming all the time, then eventually you're going to be right. Science. Got to burr off a goat. I couldn't tell if it was a goat or not. Maybe you could see a little bit better. I could go back and when I get my video editing software, I go frame by frame. But with that generic Windows player or whatever the heck it was, I couldn't I couldn't figure out how to get it to go frame by frame in a reasonable amount of time there. So it was either it was off of the champion, but I couldn't tell if the champion was the goat or the ghost. So yeah. It is for sure a goat. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it could have been, because really the drop odds off a ghost are like 50% better than other monsters. So it's not like insanely higher than other monsters. It's just higher. So got me on 80 inches right now. Oh boy, 80 inches of bald-headed and Burroon dropping. Ooh. Nice. Good thing I got the streaming at 1440p now, so you can get all of my beautiful glory. 80 inches, you say, huh? "80 inches of fill." G-Stack says, "I'm over here dropping burr runes. You're struggling to get Hellbale." There you go. You'll get it, though. Then once you get to Hell, you're going to be popping burr runes all the time, G-Stacks. All the time. What's the new updates? Quick recap. Oh, boy. Today was all quality of life stuff. There's so many individual things. I mean, a quick scroll through the patch notes, I think, is required, really. They did a bunch of stuff with dungeons. They... You're gonna get 2 more character slots. Oh, man, how many? There's so much stuff I can't think of it. Million little things. Today was like all like a million little things. They're gonna talk about itemization in the next one. That's gonna be on 1010. So that's gonna be kind of a bigger one, I think. Of things that are more, maybe more individually impactful, you know. Something that will... Oh, let's go. 7 magic find Small John. Yeah. Let's go. Let's see, what else is there? They're moving and they're putting stashes next to waypoints, so you don't have to run really far to them anymore. Purveyors of Curiosity, how they're all super far away, they're moving those closer to the waypoints. And also they're putting a whatchamacallit, there's just a million little things that, you know, they're eliminating all objectives from dungeons, so you won't have to go get this wheel and go get that and stuff like that. There's just so much stuff, a million like little things. It's all like, cool, yeah, I didn't like that. Cool, I didn't. Yeah, that's good that they're getting like a lot of stuff like that. Oh, my bad, Sean. Yeah, I should. I still have it set up to sit for the live stream. I could change the title, but I didn't get around to it yet. I mean, I only got like another 20 minutes to play, so maybe I just won't worry about it. My bad, though. I didn't mean to clickbait nobody into thinking there was D2 updates. One to druid skills. Check it out after Supper, then. Supper. Sounds good, swag. Yeah, I mean, there's literally so much stuff, like you could tell. I'm gonna have to go check out the patch notes, even though I just watched it. That's so nasty. That's so nasty. Wonder if I should like not literally gamble but figuratively gamble this Burroon. I should trade it for a bunch of like call to arms, like not a bunch, but for however many like sets of call to arm runes I could get for a Burroon, and make a bunch of call to arms and see if I can roll like a perfect one. Flawless must be cold because I'm hearing all this brr. Nice, that's a good one. I appreciate that one. I wonder if the drop rates are higher on the Goatmen due to their saturation of them in the game. Yeah, I mean, you kind of mentioned two separate things there, right? Like, the drop rates are the same as every other monster, but like in this Chaos Sanctuary, there's a ton of them packed. Like, not a ton of them, but there's reasonable packs around, right? So, get a good opportunity for that. Burroon I just found like 15 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago or something in the Chaos Sanctuary here, yeah. Just found her. Put that down here with my other big finds. Lem pull. I traded the Surrune, so. Found a Surrune the other day in the tower, so. Where's my monsters at? Yeah, like, see there's all these packed in here. Vortex shield. Come on. Moat trick and Goatmen. What do you think about that, Saffron? I was supposed to get a Sir, but found a Burr instead. Yeah, it was an accident. My bad, fellas. I lied again. Just like I was going to start ladder with the Barbarian. Now I said I was going to get... You mean Arcane. Did I not say Arcane? Oh, did I say Chaos Sanctuary? My bad. I meant to say I found it right here in the Arcane Sanctuary. Whatever I said. My bad. My bad. Yeah. Typical film maneuver right there, fellas, right? Ooh. Made a mistake, didn't start with the Sorceress. This ladder, now my Barb is in a weird spot where he is leveled up a bit with the crappy gear. Do I just farm Nightmare Trav? Is that worth it? That is an option. I mean, you could jump into public games and like item find behind everybody for a while or something like that. I don't know. That's kind of why I didn't want to start with Barbarian. Like, at least now I could make myself an Obedience or something and be able to, you know, rock with my Whirlwind Barbarian. And I got some other stuff. You know, now I can start my Barb up, and when I get leveled up, throw on a Vamp Gaze, yeah, Life Leech, Mana Leech, Damage Reduction, throw on something, you know, some other stuff. Throw on the Water Walks. I could go full Ike if I wanted to, so. Philisms, yeah. Good old Philisms. You really have to need a Sir, especially it should be below a Burr. Well, yeah, a Sir rune it's the rune right below Burr, right? You pretty much the only use for a Sir rune is cubing two of them together to get a Burr rune, right? That's pretty much the only reason anyone wants it. Is the Barb getting geared? Yeah, I pretty much have gear good enough anyways. I mean, I'm not like getting perfect gear for it, but I just was doing this today because I didn't have a ton more time to play after the live stream and stuff. The D4 dev update stuff, so I decided just to come out here Magic Friend a little bit. Glad I did. But I actually was messing around last night, and I was like leveling my Barb like the classic way. I got rushed into the beginning of Hell difficulty yesterday, but I didn't get leveled at all. So I was doing some Trist runs last night, just messing around, and then I was doing some tomb runs, you know, getting after it. Soul rune, what? We'll grab it for now. Oh my goodness, what's going on over here? What's up, little unicorn Phil? You have to get a tablet. We can't play that here. We have to hook it up to a tablet or something. So. Well, I couldn't because it won't hook up to a TV. Okay. I don't think that's what happened. Daughter's calling me out over here. Overburdened. 2-socketed dusk. Make a stone in it or something, or what's that rune word? Nephilim or something? Can't remember. The one with the resistances or something. Phil laying down the law. Right. No. Smoke. Nephilim is smoke. Gotcha. Let me pull up real quick on this other monitor over here real quick. Just real quick. I'm gonna pull up my rune wizard thing here. We'll just go like this. So you guys can look too, right? Boop. What was I looking at here? Not white. Nephilim smoke. Let me zoom in a little bit so you guys can see better. This website's so sick too, right? Where'd it just go? I lost it. Stone. Great. I zoomed in and now I can't. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Nephilim. 50 all res. I could be a budget something if I needed it. I would probably, on my barb, I would probably go with a treachery though, right? But that fade doesn't proc. Attack speed. Don't need whirlwind, doesn't matter. Yeah, maybe we'd do that. Need the all res, right? Diablo 4 Steam page is live now. Ah, gotcha. Website. This is if you type in Google, it's a github.io/Diablo2-Rune Wizard or whatever. If you type in Diablo 2 Rune Wizard, you'll find it. It'll pop right up. But this is all it is though. Like it's not like a full. It's not like max roll GG or anything, right? But it's just. And this is zoomed in right here. Usually I have it's like this so you can see so much more, but I just wanted you guys to be able to see it like on your phones and stuff. And it's just all right here. It doesn't take up a ton of room to see all the rune words. If you want to see everything that's on it, if you can't remember something, it's got the ranges and everything. So it's super cool. Super cool. So we'll get back to some D2R. Ooh. You imagine that too? I'm sitting out here and I didn't get killed. Could you imagine in D4 you sit out there, some random meteor rains down and kills you all the time and stuff? Like, there's nowhere safe. Always the random explosions. Every time I try ancients, they always have super fast. It's ridiculous, this G-Stacks. Ah, poor guy. Poor guy. Oh, I'm so sorry, babe. Hey, G-Stacks, I'll tell you what. Maybe in lieu of me paying you for any of your duties, I could help you out with your ancients before I take off here, huh? Zog says it's super simple. Rune Wizards is go-to. Sweet, dude, sweet. Good to hear. Yeah, I'm sure I use it all the time too because it's so simple to go to. Yeah, click it, look super quick. What? Pretty sick site specifically for the rune words, right? That's only in Helltide. I feel like it's everywhere because monsters just randomly spawn all the time. Like they're on a timer, so you'll like kill them and you'll be like, I'm safe around here, and then you'll flip over to a web page and then you like look over on your other monitor and you're like, ah, where do these monsters come from? No. Ooh. Heading out the door right now for work. Who works these days? No, that's all right. Have a good day, G-Stacks. Keep rocking this. Hopefully get some more burr runes here. Some more burr runes, yeah. Gotta keep your head on that swivel, yeah, better believe it. That's what in D4, like, and especially because the map, you don't have an overlay like this where you can actually see what you're doing. So when you're pulling up the full map, it's a full screen all the time. I died so many times like that. You just pull it up like picture the overlay as the map in D4. So many times I'm like trying to look at it, you know? And then one time I'll stop and I'm like, oh, I gotta scroll this way to see what I'm doing. So you're scrolling over, and all of a sudden the screen starts flashing red a little bit. You're like, nah! The map isn't ideal, no. I wish they would copy this right here. Why don't they do this? I don't know. That's what I wish anyways. Ultimate goal. One day. One day maybe, huh? You want me to show that to him? I get it. Daughter wanted me to show you this to you guys. Twister Air. Twister Air. It's like Twister, but in the air. You wear things on your wrists and stuff. There you go. You're not taking it. Oh, throw it on the ground again. Okay, sure. There you go, fellas. Change map of opacity. Maybe. We'll see how... No, I'm not opening it right now. We'll see how the... they did say that they were going to make the mini-map zoomed out more, which got a lot of us. Because in... it said zoomed out and everyone got super excited. Thinking that the game was... Stop. But yeah, everyone got super excited. It was like zoomed out, and then we looked and it was like, oh, the mini map zoomed out. Dang it! They should have worded that differently. Get everyone's hopes up. Yeah, 50% zoomed out for D4. Yeah, it's pretty not 100% universal, I guess, but pretty up there. That everybody is like, man, this needs to be zoomed out more. But yeah, lots of stuff still to come for D4 though. For the the live stream for 1010. See what else that brings, I guess, huh? Maybe might have to pull my rating up if everything comes together, huh? Won't be a 5 out of 10 anymore. Maybe. Reserving judgment until I get my hands on it, but. It's only obvious because it zooms out when you fight the world bosses and you can... Yeah, I mean... Kinda, yeah. World bosses is a bit extreme, but yeah. That's like a 300% zoom out right there. Another Joel rune, getting after it. Boy, I'm gonna be honest, I can't believe I found that burr rune. Oh gosh. World boss zoom all the time, says Sasquatch. Yeah, I'm not sure. In my opinion, I think that's a bit much for all the time, but I just think it needs, like someone said there, like a 50% zoom out or a 40% zoom out was a number I heard someone say. How to pick? You'd have to just like look and see, but a zoom out I feel is be a wonderful thing. No D4, please. I mean, we'll talk about D4 a little bit. I'm a Diablo content creator after all, and it's a new one in the series of games, so. This is technically a Diablo 4 stream after all. I just started playing D2 a little bit here at the end. Sasha says any zoom out would be good, not picky on the number. Gotcha. Yeah, I just don't know for sure, but I think for general gameplay that the world boss zoom out would be a bit much. I wonder how hard it would be for them to do that too. I feel like it wouldn't be that hard. Could make it optional too, because I know maybe some people don't have the computer power to like render everything out as far or something. You can make it like optional. Just spitballing here. Just spitballing. Flawless says, oh, you're just saying that the game has to function, obviously, so because of the world boss thing. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I assume it really wouldn't be that hard either. From a non-programmer dude. Random guy on the internet in his basement right now. Declares it's really easy to do. Oh boy, Bill's getting hungry. So how many more burr runes can I find before I get off, fellas? How many more? Rune. I found another rune! Oh, it's a unique rune too. You guys ever seen those unique runes? Unfortunately. Rune bow. Yeah, it's a good point, Dinah. The off-screening from different bosses or different monsters, I mean. Yeah, I mean, zooming out would help that too, right? So, for sure. Zog says customizable zoom would be the best. Options always better. More options. Usually, yeah. I do agree that for this case, for sure, it would be. I think a good choice. Well, a good way to end the D4 Dev live stream update by pulling a burr rune at the end. Ooh. So this is going to be the end of the stream, fellas. Appreciate y'all, ladies and gentlemen, you Slayers, for joining me. And thank you so much for the super chats today. Quite a few people supporting the channel. Means a lot, my men. My dudes. Ooh. So, yeah, with that being said, maybe I'll probably put this as a clip. Anyone who didn't catch the drop, I'll probably put it up as a clip on my channel here in a little bit. It's a pretty hype one, so. Well, without further ado, Phil's about to go fill his stomach because I'm so hungry. Peace out, fellas. And don't forget, keep slaying. Ooh. You Slayers.